Happy Budget Day, everybody. Please be seated. Welcome to our special County Council meeting. It is Thursday, January 29th, 2026. It is 9:30 a.m. and I am calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. If you would now stand for a moment of silent reflection, please.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please do roll call?
Good morning. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster, Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills,
Present.
Councillor Hodnott,
Present.
Councillor Yan, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson,
Here.
Councillor Proctor,
Present.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
UOTM GSO.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Seeing none. Good morning, colleagues. Before we begin today's budget discussions, I want to take a moment to step back from the numbers and refocus on our why. As an upper-tier municipality, much of our work is visible. People see our roads, our bridges, and the services delivered across this county. But some of the most critical work we do happens quietly behind the scenes, work that is not always seen, but is essential to the well-being of our communities. The County of Renfrew is supported by more than 900 dedicated staff. Some are in this room today, directly involved in service delivery. Others, like maintenance crews, PSWs, planners, technicians, and many more, work every day to ensure this organization runs effectively and that residents are supported. They do this within the budget we set together, and their professionalism and commitment are what allow us as council to deliver on our responsibilities. We are operating in uncertain times, and that requires all of us around this table to be thoughtful, disciplined, and united in our approach. This budget reflects a shared responsibility, balancing fiscal accountability with the reality that, in challenging economic conditions, the need for certain services does not diminish. Our decisions today will have real impacts, and it is our job to weigh those impacts carefully and collectively. At the same time, our economic development team continues to focus on strengthening our local economy, encouraging residents to think about where they spend their dollars through Buy Local, Buy Canadian efforts. It's about more than messaging. It's about supporting local jobs, sustaining businesses, and building resilience in our communities. We have seen before what happens when this county pulls together, and that spirit remains as one of our greatest strengths. As we move through today's discussions, I ask that we keep the bigger picture in mind. This budget is not just a financial document, it is a statement of our shared priorities and our commitment to the people we serve. Together, our goal is to build a strong, connected, and resilient Renfrew County. And with that, I am going to turn this meeting over to Chair Emo and Vice Chair Mayville and CAO Craig Kelly to get us started on the budget. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we sit to review the 2026 budget. Our chambers is where we marry aspirations, progressive asset management, responsible stewardship of public monies, strategic investment, and partnerships. Increasingly, we are placed in the position of developing local solutions to assist our community to remain healthy, and you're going to hear more about that from our CAO. We are a community that continually strives to ensure quality and equitable care for its members, and this is the community we want to live in. The County of Renfrew is also charged with land use planning, roads maintenance, and many other important functions necessary to support our multifaceted community and our economy. Today, having awareness of the strategic plan, the CAO's goals, and our why statement, we take the responsibility, we make the tough strategic decisions, and ensure every dollar we allocate moves the whole County of Renfrew community forward. Today, many of you will raise the question of affordability. What is affordable for the corporation over the coming weeks and into the future as we contemplate? What is affordable for our service partners? We've always asked, should we invest now in newer municipal services, and at the same time, can our community afford it? Affordability now will dominate our deliberations, and it should, but let's not detract from the impact on future affordability if we delay making investments in our corporation and our community. As we consider the affordability, let us be sure to not bear the burden of it alone. We need to continue to advocate about the impact of affordability to the federal and provincial government, so make notes today while we're going through our budget. We need to make notes about the impact on our operations and our levels of service, and most importantly, the need for them to act immediately to assist members of our community as they go about their daily lives as residents, investors, and employers. I look forward to today's discussions and to collectively shaping a budget that reflects both our vision and our responsibilities. We are not in a race. If it takes 2 days, so be it. If it takes less time than 2 days, great. But I want to ensure that each one of you feel you have been heard and you've contributed. So on behalf of the Warden, myself, Vice Chair Mayville, CAO Craig Kelly, and our staff, I want to extend our thanks to all members of Council for your engagement over the past months as you've offered comments and ideas during our many far-ranging conversations and deliberations. Your thoughtful questions and insights show the time and effort you've invested in understanding the complexities of last year's budget and prepping for today and tomorrow. Your commitment makes all the difference. And so with that, I'll turn the conversation over to Mr. Kelly.
Excellent. I should have edited that 2-day comment, Chair, but that's okay. We appreciate that. Thank you, and thank
Told
you.
you so.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Chair. Absolutely looking forward to today's discussion. But before we get into the detailed numbers, I thought, and I'd like to set the stage for what this budget represents from a staff's perspective. And of course, not just for council, but for the residents, partners, and anyone who is on YouTube and follows the county's work closely. As you're aware, budgets tell a story, and the story this one tells is straightforward. We are staying disciplined, staying focused, and staying aligned with the direction the county has set, even in, of course, as has been mentioned today, a challenging environment. And it also aligns with the priorities of this organization. For years, the county's work was more predictable. We delivered core services, we maintained infrastructure, and supported the communities within a fairly defined mandate. But of course, that picture has changed. Today, affordability pressures, systems gaps, rising expectations on local government shape our work more than they used to. And when those problems go unaddressed in the broader systems, they don't drift upward, they land here. A clear example, of course, is homelessness, mental health, and addictions. We had a long conversation about this yesterday. Through the MESA model, the county stepped into a coordinating role not because we wanted new responsibilities, but because people were falling between systems. Our job has been to help those systems work together, not replace them. And that approach has already reduced duplication and helped support arrive faster for residents who need it. Over the last several weeks and several meetings, Council reviewed business plans from every department. What you saw were realistic, aligned, and grounded in evidence. And the draft budget in front of you reflects that same discipline. It focuses where Council said focus is needed and holds the line where it must, particularly as we work through the final year of your strategic plan. Council gave a clear target for this budget cycle. Staff met that target through careful choices, collaboration, and a commitment to working smarter, not simply doing more. And I do want to pause here and say a special thank you across the organization, as the warden and of course the chair have mentioned, to our treasurer and to every director, manager, and the frontline team members for the professionalism and discipline they brought to this process. This budget reflects a lot of hard work, careful judgment, and thoughtful collaboration amongst all of us. It's been said many times already, but we also know affordability remains a real pressure for households and businesses across the county. This budget acknowledges that reality. It avoids overreach and avoids retreat. Instead, it takes a long view. It talks about building capacity, protecting service quality, and keeping the county credible in how it manages taxpayer dollars. This is not a pullback and hope for the best budget. It's a steady hand budget, one that keeps momentum where council has been clear, respects the limits that residents face, and positions the county to respond effectively as pressures continue to evolve. So, as with any budget, there are always choices and trade-offs available to council. If adjustments are requested, those options should be and will be deliberate, transparent, and understood to carry consequence. So, as you review the details today, I'd encourage that it be reviewed in this simple lens. Does this budget reflect who we are, what we value, and the responsibility that we've chosen to lead with? From my perspective, so far, it does. So with that, I'll turn it over to our treasurer, Mr. Dan Burke.
Just before Mr. Burke starts, he's asked that if you have questions throughout the presentation, just ask them. We are trying to aim for a break between 10:45 and 11, and then break for lunch at 12. So just so you can schedule any texts or phone calls or anything you need to do, or bio breaks. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, County Council. Happy to be here. I noticed my colleague's speech didn't have a joke, so I unfortunately missed out on a good opportunity there. I didn't plan for one either, but next year we'll do better. So just to overview the process we're working through. So, of course, as you know, municipal budgeting is not our public sector accounting standards. Municipal budgeting is done to a version of cash flow accounting. So, we have an adjustment for capital assets. We tend to budget those as expensed when incurred. We would budget any principal payments made on debt as an expense when we make them. We would view debt as a source of revenue rather than a balance sheet item, as we would in public sector accounting standards. So that's just an overview of what we're working with today. As Peter mentioned, if you have any questions, please just ask as they arise. We'll be moving very quickly through these slides because this is the fourth year of most of your terms, and you've heard me say this 4 times before. If you don't know it by now, you're doing an excellent job pretending that you do, and you might as well carry on. Our format you'll be familiar with, similar to other years. The budget we're discussing is that light blue column, the 2026 budget. All the other columns are for reference, except for the column on the far left, which is an enhancement column. So that's items that you could consider today. They are service level improvements, so something we're not doing today that we're thinking you might want to do in the future, but they are all optional items. So how did we get through our budget today? So the first resolution we have is from 2024, and that is for our non-union salary amounts. So you have approved all of your union wage grids, those that aren't expired, and approved those wage amounts. Your non-union salary amounts are approved every year based on a formula that references inflation, and for the 2026 year, that is 2%. So that is what we are building through all of our non-union budgets. We have another resolution from 2024 that talks about our capital planning. So our plan for growth. I know yesterday it came up that, how are we going to fund those expansions from new builds? So we do have a plan for that, and we have a standing resolution that would contribute our growth revenue, the increase in assessment we see year over year, take that revenue and put it into a reserve for use on expanding our assets. We also have another resolution from our long-term financial plan about funding our existing asset replacement, and that requires us to contribute $3 million more than the year before to asset renewal. So in any given year, we start and we contribute somewhere between $20 and $25 million to our capital plan, and we want to grow that by $3 million each and every year through our 10-year plan until we reach somewhere between $40 and $50 million a year contributed to its capital renewal. And then we have our specific target for the current year. So in September, we set this target as a combination of our standing resolutions and what we thought was going to happen in our operating budgets. So you can see that our capital levy for the year, somewhere around $25 million, that we contribute towards capital renewal. We wanted that to increase by $3 million, and we wanted our operating expenses to increase by no more than 3%, and the combination of those two items requires us to bring in about $4 million more in revenue than the year before, or 6.7% tax increase over the prior year. 6.68 is what it flows through the slide deck as when it's not rounded. So as I met with our colleagues and built this budget late last year and earlier this month, we very early on realized that we were unable to meet that target, specifically because of 2 issues on our operating budget. So we were unable to overcome the prior year contribution holiday to long-term care, which was about a $2.3 million increase in our operating budget. This is where we chose to not have our usual property tax amount flow to long-term care, and instead we would consume the reserves inside long-term care to fund that operation. The second item that we struggled to overcome was a change in our interest revenue budget, and that declined by approximately $1 million. And I have some detailed slides further on how that happened. So to overcome that $3 million shortfall where we couldn't meet our operating target, we have proposed really only three things. We would continue with the contribution holiday in long-term care a bit at a limited fashion, so not as much as the year before. We would reduce our contribution to our growth reserve, so that pool of money that's available for asset expansion. And we would reduce our capital renewal contribution by $1.8 million. So that's really the three items that staff felt were the best place to help meet that target. So when we made those adjustments, we were able to meet the overall target that you gave us in September, 6.68%. And what that looks like is our 2025 levy of $61 million. We have growth-related revenue of about $700,000, and we have our year-over-year property tax increase of $4 million. Together, they present a combined levy increase of 7.9%. On top of that, for your consideration, we have enhancements of about $1 million, things that we could do over and above what we're doing today, or about 1.5% for your consideration.
Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. Daniel, just a comment. I didn't want to interrupt you. You're on good flow there, but 2 slides back where you talked about the 2026 guidelines. You'd said it was a 6.7 overall increase, 3% to operating, 12% of the capital levy increase, which equates to 3.7. On the previous slide to that, you said that it's necessary for us to do essentially $3 million or 3.7% increase in our levy every year going into the future in order to meet our capital demands. That was part of that conversation we had when we passed that resolution, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, so we have an ongoing minimum requirement for the levy to increase by 3.7% in order to meet our capital plan.
Yes, so that's, our capital plan. If you recall back to the fall, August or September when we spoke about this, we have something like $400 million over 10 years in capital assets that should be renewed. And we have a series of ways, we can pay for that. But realistically, there's only 2. Somebody else, so a government's going to fund it, or we're going to property tax for it. We can use debt, we can use existing savings, but those are really just cash flow mechanisms. Somewhere along the line, we have to meet our contributions. So $400 million over 10 years, $40 million to a year, and yet currently we put aside for capital something like $25 million. And there's some funding that goes on top of that. But we're spending more than we bring in on capital renewal, and our plan is to do so. So really your options are to do less capital renewal or spend more on the capital renewal you want to do. And there's really no other mechanism between those 2 items. So that's what's driving a large part of the increase, is trying to catch up to where we take in as much money as we spend on capital renewal. And we really struggle, until those 2 numbers meet, that we take in about as much as we're putting out on capital renewal, we will continue to struggle under this kind of a requirement to increase more than inflation to try and catch up to what we want to do in our capital plan.
Good.
Supplementary?
Sorry, and I just wanted to recognize, we had a very detailed discussion about that. That equates, when we talk about numbers today, that equates to 3.7% increase. If we don't agree, if we want to change the 3.7, either increase it or decrease it, we have to consider the factors that we talked about in that last discussion. That's all I had. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, at the staff level, we already made that decision, right? We decided that we wouldn't put aside $3 million. We just couldn't meet your levy target and do that at the same time. So we reduced that by 1.8 million, or we only put aside $1.2 million more than the year before. So instead of 25, it's now 26.2. And we reduced our capital plan to match that, right? We're just going to do less. We simply cannot fit that contribution inside our levy target.
Quick question on behalf of the group. Does the 3.7% recognize the decrease of the PCI by 10 points?
So I will turn to the experts in public works. Yes, that is a decrease in functionally roads is where we have to cut, and it is a decrease in our standards. Now, I don't know the exact amounts. We haven't gone through the formula, but it is a decrease in service level.
Thank you. Oh, the member from Amherst Bromley.
Just clarity, Mr. Chair, from Councillor Nicholson's, so I thought I'd heard him say 3.7%. I wonder if he could repeat what that's in relation to, the 3.7% increase?
Daniel, can you go back to that slide where it shows the 12? Yeah. So that slide indicates that it's 12% of the previous capital, of the existing capital amount, but it's 3.7 on the levy. So the capital requirements that we agreed to were 3.7% increasing annually into capital.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I think it's closer to 5. Right, when we have a $62 million budget, 3% is closer to 5 than to 3.7. Of course, that will decrease every year depending on what the levy is. $3 million is going to decrease against a 7% increase next year. But against last year's $62 million levy, it's 4.83%. Is the structural increase that our long-term financial plan requires.
Understood. And that's probably why he kept it at 3 million and not a percentage. But thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry, member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just a question for clarity on the weighted CVA growth. I noticed that one of the proposals was to reduce that by 500,000. So is it that number, the 752,999, that's being reduced by 500,000? And if we isolated that, what is the effect on that reduction?
So no, that $753,000, that is the new buildings that are available for taxation this year. So MPAC produces two kind of point-in-time amounts, and then they adjust mid-year. So what that number is the assessment. Actually, I can skip ahead a little bit. So last year we had $14 billion in the county of assessment, 14.1. This year we've got $14.2 billion to tax. So that's new people we can tax on. So it doesn't affect the existing property tax levy. No matter what we do, if we had a flat tax rate, we're going to take in $750,000 more this year just by having more properties to tax. That's what that represents. Now, you, as part of your long-term plan, we had a long discussion about, should we institute development charges to try and offset growth-related pressures that's coming from that new building, or should we do other things? And the mechanism we settled on was this growth reserve, that we earmark that money and put it into a reserve, and then we use that to fund the new things. So our capital asset plan is like for like. This is over and above that. And we also had a mechanism to allow you to propose projects. It would come from the lower tiers. Where are the pressures? Where could they propose that? What we're proposing to cut is the contribution to the growth reserve. So we're still going to take in the money either way. We're just not going to put all of it aside for that growth-related project pool. That's what we're talking about there.
Thank
you. Okay. So what our proposed 6.68 tax rate looks like to the average median residential property is a tax rate of 0.046% on your MPAC assessment. The full six-digit number is there. For $100,000 of assessment, it's $464. The median property is $217,000 assessed. Again, that's MPAC's assessments. They are 2016 valuation dates, but that's really just the mechanism. It doesn't affect anything other than its relative position to other properties. So the average or median county residential property would pay $1,006 in property taxes per year. And that's an increase of $62 from the year before. Just to reference, so this would be a 6.68% tax increase, the highest increase in our charting in the history that I can see from the county. And for reference on this slide, I've just thrown up the CPI increase, so you can see that we generally follow along CPI, although lagging behind it. But that's usually where our tax increases follow. Just to circle back to that growth comment, so this year MPAC is telling us we have a 1.23% growth rate in the county of Renfrew. Again, that translates to $750,000 of growth revenue. I have the breakdown by each municipality, but just to say, the highest growth rate belongs to Greater Madawaska at just over 2%. The lowest growth rate is in Deep River at functionally 0%. And the combined is 1%, which is close to where we've historically been, that 1%. We did have a few years where they were large growth years, but historically we sit somewhere between 1 and 1.5% growth. Looking globally at the county of Renfrew, we are a roughly $250 million operation each year, and half of that is provincial funding. Of the remaining balance, a quarter of it comes from property taxes, and then the other quarter is made up of other things. But I would draw your attention specifically to the darker blue and green quarters of the pie. The consumption of reserves, so we're consuming $14 million more of our reserves than we're putting in. And the other one, the issuance of debt, we're issuing $17 million more in debt, or we're taking on that debt than we are paying off. So we're very much consuming this year as opposed to saving for future years. The $17 million of debt, 10 of that is a very specific the paramedic base expansion. So it's not a typical year thing.
Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even through you to Mr. Burke, even increasing the debt, where will we be at the end of 2026 in relation to our ARL?
I'm not sure the exact numbers, but very much not near that limit. I would say the limit is a legal limit. I'm not sure it's wise to meet that limit, or as some of our peers have done through various other municipal service corporations and other entities, exceed that limit in practice. I'm not sure that that's a wise thing, but we do very much have room to debt finance. Again, from my point of view, a debt finance is a cash flow mechanism of just shifting the burden forward, right? Which may be advisable, a little, some debt, some reserves in the mix are, that's an advisable way to finance future operations, and we can for sure sustain that $17 million.
Supplementary?
I wonder if Mr. Burke might, I don't have it open in front of me, but we just received recently the FIR, and the FIR gives a number. Are we within, are we at the end of 2026? Will we be still have 75% of our space available? Will we have 50% of our space available?
I will confirm the actual number at the break. As you say, I have it somewhere, but I would say that we are not even at the halfway mark. In terms of overall committees, so the largest in terms of spend, health at $92 million, followed closely by community services at 87, and then public works at 46 million. And then the two little departments are small departments, development and property and corporate services.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you. I think that it does behoove us, Mr. Chair, to underscore as well, we are going to be hearing likely in this room about the costs of healthcare, that's a provincial mandate. So I think it's important to underscore that both community services and health, the largest funding of those is not from the property tax. It is from transfers from the province for those who may be watching the proceedings either live or on YouTube. I think it's important that be underscored, that the property tax is funding a small part of both community service and health.
Good point, thank you. And member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, these pie charts are excellent and give a great help to demonstrate it, not just for us, but for the public. I just, to understand the health piece, we've assumed in the numbers that you've included in the charts that 37% is our total expenses that we incur for health, and then we receive 50% of it back in the following year, and it's recognized in the other chart. Is that correct, or is this just our share of it?
No, this is just relative in terms of gross. So we found it helpful to give you an idea of scale. So some of our departments, from a financial perspective or a property tax burden perspective, are very small, but they're from a workload perspective in terms of number of staff and activity very large. So this is just an idea of relative scale of what we do. In health's case, it is a big department and it has the bulk of our staff as well, right? There's a lot of activity there, but to your point about, what is our share of that $92 million? 18 million. So not even half, right? Property tax wise, it's not a big hitter, but in terms of our global gross amounts, yes, it is very large.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you. And kind of as the chair of health, it's also important. So the 50%, keep in mind, is only for the paramedic service. The lion's share of long-term care is funded by the provincial, and that's ultimately, we're going to be discussing that in terms of our contribution holiday again. But it's important to understand that it's not across the board 50. In fact, at 18, we're probably only about 20% of the costs from the property tax. Thank you.
Member from Kittilou Hagerty Richards.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the Health Committee, and this is probably a question that would be asked for every chart that we'll see. The 2024 actual, is that now finalized as the final 2024?
Yep, final and audit.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, to your point, we would wish that long-term care had a funding formula as simple as a percentage of gross costs, but no such luck. But that would be a handy thing for the province to consider. Yes, so in terms of health, our first committee of the day. So our first issue, of course, is these contribution holidays. So you'll recall from last year, we decided that in order to reduce the burden of property tax, we would consume our internal reserves inside the long-term care home. So those are shared reserves. So long-term care is a shared operation with the City of Pembroke. We would consume approximately, I believe it's $2 million from our own reserves to help run both long-term care homes last year. And of course, when we come to this year and we try to add back in that, $2 million, of course, we're unable to meet our levy target if we do. So what we're proposing is to have a modified contribution requirement. So if you'll see the chart here, this is the history of our municipal contribution to long-term care. And I mean globally, both Pembroke and Renfrew County. So you see it's relatively static, in and around $2 million to each home, just relative. And when we get to 2025, it was roughly the same amount, but you'll see we only contributed about $1.5 million to Miramichi Lodge. We didn't contribute anything to Bonisher Manor. We come to 2026, and you'll see that for specific reasons, the contribution requirement to Bonisher Manor is significantly higher than it has been, but you'll see that we have roughly the same requirement, $2.5 million to each home, and we're proposing to give less. Not nothing like we did the year before, but less. While that's not a feasible thing to do over the long term, we would say that we do have enough reserves left inside the homes to continue for this year. So our projected balances will be declining. You can see they peaked in about 2024, and now they've begun to decline as we consume our reserve balances inside the homes.
Member from Amherst, Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just generally, I think I am certainly in support of phasing back to our typical, that we just don't have that straight down V and straight up V on our charting, on our line chart. But one thing I would say is that the capital reserve is accumulated largely from savings on operations. So if and I'm speaking now to that sentence where it's not feasible to use reserves, if those conditions remain unchanged, it is entirely feasible to continue to do that. The policy of the County of Renfrew have been surpluses that remain at the end of the year go into a capital reserve, but they're being generated out of operations. And in fact, if measured against our levy, they're a fair size. But if several charts ago, Mr. Burke had on there, our budget and our levy are two different things. Our budget is almost $250 million. So we have a 1% surplus at the end of the year. It's $2.4 million. So ultimately, it is feasible if we continue to experience significant surplus coming out of long-term care, keeping in mind that the two county long-term care homes are the only long-term care homes in the county that receive augmentation over provincial dollars.
Yes, and that is correct. And, just to come back to that comment, we certainly don't budget in the anticipation of generating a surplus, right? We budget for what we expect to experience. We have generally, over the past number of years, done better than our budget and generated surpluses. But that is not how we plan our budget. And our budget, if we have done our job correctly, should hit at or near zero. So from a planning point of view, we shouldn't be generating surpluses as a matter of course. Anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Supplementary and then Whitewater? I'm sorry, okay, Whitewater?
Thanks, Chair. And I'm supportive of what Councillor Donoghue has spoken to, phasing it in. I'd like to get an appreciation. We maintain this reserve for long-term care. It's isolated for long-term care because it's shared with us and Pembroke. Its balance has varied significantly over the past years. Can you offer insight as to what should the balance be? What are we trying to achieve here? Is there an objective? Should we be building for some huge expense in the future? Or are we just maintaining a certain level for unforecasted events on an annual basis?
Certainly not. So it's not a reserve for the rainy day. This is a capital. I've grouped them as global reserves, but the bulk of them are capital reserves for both homes. So they are again tied to our 10-year capital plan, and we have detailed plans for both Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. One building is significantly newer than the other, and the other one requires significantly more repairs and other things like that. But they are being consumed throughout the course of the year. So in this year, I believe it's almost $1 million of capital in both homes that will come from that reserve, right? That is its purpose. And in our long-term financial plan, when we're out of reserves in both homes, out of capital reserves, we will begin to contribute capital dollars from property taxes to those homes for capital renewal. So it's not earmarked for an expansion or anything like that. It's like-for-like replacement. And our hope was, in the long-term financial plan, that we wouldn't have to contribute capital dollars to the homes for a number of years. I believe it was about the midway point of the plan that we would have to start contributing capital dollars into the long-term care to maintain those assets. So that's what the reserve balance is for, is to defer the need to take property taxes for the homes for capital renewal. And just to say, so yes, these are shared with the City of Pembroke. The long-term care operation is shared based on the census from the residents within the home, and it has a formula to that sort of stabilizes it over the long term. It's currently about 70-30 is what the split is. With that, again, I'm going to move into the departmental amounts, but very quickly. So where there is no major changes, I'm just going to say that. So client programs, again, these are the non-nursing resident services, physiotherapy, recreation, things like that. No major changes. In terms of nursing, so this is the big department inside the homes. It's PSWs and RPNs and RNs is the bulk of it. There are a number of adjustments here, but the bulk of the adjustment is coming from a revision of our staffing plans. So we haven't added more hours. We've just revised our thought process on what those hours should be. So in a number of our departments, non-union departments, we can budget by the person. We know we have 5 staff and this is what they cost. In long-term care and our front-facing departments, we have a bit of a different issue, is that we know we have to staff these hours, and then how do we pay and what will be the cost of that, including the vacation time, backfill, sick, overtime, what's it going to cost us? So that's the challenge there, is that our staffing is very much an estimate of what we think we'll incur in hours. In this case, it is also very much an estimate of what we think we'll incur in expenses, because those union agreements are expired across the homes. So this is one of those areas where we have a proposed enhancement. So we have suggested that we add more hours for our unit clerks. Unit clerks focus on resident administration, so that's admissions, discharge, medical records. The net cost of adding the extra 700 hours we propose is $23,000 after all you factor through the cost shares and funding mechanism. And I'm not sure if the director would care to add anything about the unit clerk proposal.
Sorry, just thank you, through you to committee. Just that the unit clerks have really become an essential part, and we're seeing a lot more turnover within the homes. They're coming to us, and you've heard it time and time again, our residents are more complex with higher needs. They operate in organizing their trips in and out, helping us with that, dealing with families, and then just on the unit, the supplies and demands from nursing. So they're very much a key part of the team. Thank you.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Burke or Mr. Quaid. So on the proposed enhancement, I'm just kind of curious, are these not 1.0 FTE now? Is this like that we're finding 1 day per week? It would be 2 days per clerk per pay period. Is this removing them from some other duties, or where is the capacity to assign this workload now?
They are, I believe, a currently part-time position, so they're not an FTE. This is just adding more, and this still wouldn't turn them into an FTE.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, so food services is status quo, housekeeping status quo, laundry status quo. Building status quo, but we do have a proposed enhancement in our building or facility maintenance department. So this is the addition of a assistant supervisor. We call them environmental, but that's building maintenance assistant supervisor. So this is to help with those capital projects, get those out the door, as well as other needs. It would be shared between both homes, but the net cost of the position to the county is $70,000. And again, leave for the director to comment.
Thank you, and through you to committee. Yeah, this is something that we've really been struggling with our environmental managers. The increase in the buildings that are aging, also the increase in the audits that are required legislatively. The buildings are requiring a lot more upkeep, and just to manage those staff, the audits, the capital purchase and procurement process. So between the two homes, we're looking for a little support for those environmental service managers.
Thank you. So then we
Member from North Agona.
Thank you, Chair. And just a question, these additional, the additional workload, could it be handled by a lower classification than a assistant environmental supervisor?
We could explore that option. There is also the issue of succession planning for our environmental service supervisor at Bonachère Manor, which would be an excellent opportunity for an individual and part of our part of our recruitment and retention strategies.
Member from Greater Madawaska, and then Aaron Pryor.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the Director. You mentioned that we have more audits, and I imagine and certifications that are required, and they're driven down from the province, I assume. Is there, because of the extended workload, is there any opportunity for us to look at any funding from the provincial government or to meet those standards that they've imposed upon us?
Thank you, through you to committee. We can definitely look at funding as it comes up. You've heard us say it at these meetings before, you know, that it's constantly evolving, the funding. So we have explored and we have realigned some of the funding to redistribute salaries, as you see in the budget. But we will continue to advocate through Advantage Ontario and through our own municipalities. So we'll definitely explore that.
Thank you. And Aaron Pryor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. One is the cost of the $101,000. Does that include the OMERS pension that's all rolled into one? And the second question is, have we ever considered doing contract work, which I think would be a little cheaper, and we could make it more specific of what they have to do for each of the buildings? Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Thank you, through you to committee. We haven't explored contract work. I'd have to look through the collective agreement as well with the contractors coming into the organization. I know we've experienced this with ONA in the past as well, related to contractors coming in and then working alongside our staff.
Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yesterday when I think operations was presenting, they had spoken about a staff member that was specifically hired and funded out of the capital funding because they worked on capital plans. One of the justifications here is just the asset management of the physical building in terms of its life cycle management. Have we considered funding it from capital funds rather than operating? Would it make a difference? Is the model being used by operations? Should it be applied elsewhere?
Thank you. I'll take this one. From a funding point of view, no, it's no different, especially in the home where you're using your capital reserves to fund operations anyways, under that situation. But to my colleagues yesterday, Director Perkins' point, the premise of that position, and this will come up later, is that our own staff will be more cost effective than an outside engineering firm because we're already hiring outside consulting engineers. So the premise is that an in-house employee will be able to do more work for less money and push out external engineering costs. This business case is a little bit different in that it's just more capacity to do work rather than pushing out engineering costs. Like I don't believe the intention of this position is to engineer the next, roof replacement, but they could certainly help tender it, and that, would enable the project to be completed more in the schedule we have in mind. I guess that's where our pressure is in the capacity side of, tendering and managing these jobs, not so much the same as the actual engineering of a construction project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke?
All right, moving along. Of course, one of our homes runs an adult day program, so that's Bonashire Manor, but that is fully funded by the province. Then our general and administrative department in the home. So you will see the enhancement there is, of course, the cost share for that environmental services. So that we've already spoken to. And just a comment, because this is the first department you're seeing it in, but you're going to see it in all departments, is the computer supply expenses continue to increase primarily because of the changing environment we have, where we now have software as a service and annual license fees for our Office 365, our HRIS, our scheduling, payroll. All of these things are becoming annual fee software as opposed to the old versions we had, which were purchased once and done. And of course, so as we mentioned, capital. So you can see here, $844,000 of capital work planned for Bonashire Manor. Now, some of that's equipment purchases, some of that's building repairs, but all of it is on the renewal side. So the existing building being renewed, and this is our older building, so it does require some of the things like windows and stuff like that to be renewed on a more or less continuous basis over the life of the building. Switching gears into funding, of course, we have our other funding amounts. So the funding we control would be interest revenue, our solar panel revenue, our transfers in from reserves. We also have revenue from residents, and that is in part dictated by the ministry. However, our preferred room accommodation, we do get to retain as many preferred rooms as we can sell, we can keep the revenue, is basically the premise. So some of that is retainable by the home, but the basic accommodation actually is part of the long-term care funding formula. And if we took in an extra dollar of basic accommodation, we would just have to return an extra dollar to the province. That's the way that funding formula operates.
I'm sorry, I was catching up to my notes here. And just your last slide, the Otis passenger elevator, is that, is it expected that they only last 20 years, or has something happened with that?
Thank you, through you to committee. So this is an upgrade that needs to happen. Just it has hit its life cycle. So we've recently done the freight elevator in the back of the Bonashire Manor. This is for the passenger elevator in the front of the house.
And if I might, firewall.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you, and through you to committee, again, with the aging building, our IT services and the building are lacking, so we have budgeted for a firewall through IT, and that's part of our operational plan and strategic plan as well, to increase our Wi-Fi throughout the building for our residents who are coming in and utilizing technology.
That's what I assumed, but just wanted to be sure.
and I guess as good a point as any, IT inside the homes has a capacity issue, mostly because of the explosion of resident devices. And it's been a real struggle to get internet services to the residents now that almost all of them would have a connected device of some variety. It's been a real struggle to keep our internet bandwidth for our staff needs and not have it swallowed by the residents.
Member from Laurentian Valley and then Amherst Bromley.
Thank you. What is the main difference between basic accommodation and preferred accommodation?
Thank you, through you to committee. So your basic accommodation is basically the room that you use. So what they would call a ward room, you have a shared room versus you have a shared washroom. And then we do have private rooms, but they are limited in the organization.
Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Burke, or probably Mr. Quaid, actually. I know that we've discussed the Wi-Fi, the resident access, excuse me, to Wi-Fi in past years. Is there any fee attached to resident utilization of the bandwidth?
Thank you, through you to committee. At the moment, there is not. We have explored potential for a two-tiered system, and we'll continue to explore that with our IT group just to look at the feasibility of it, because as Mr. Burke pointed out, we are running into issues with capacity and bandwidth with residents, and then our EMR, electronic medical records as well.
Supplement.
Yeah, I think that perhaps that is anticipated to be in 2026, because I expect that that's going to be explosive growth in the not too distant future.
And I believe the hiccup we reached was there was a significant upgrade required to enact that you had to be able to assign each resident their own password to get on, and then manage how that was shared around. So we have certainly explored it and will continue to do so. But
Whitewater? Thanks, Chair. Just to build on that last point, the reimbursement that we get from the province for that basic accommodations, does it include this level of service, or is access to the internet something that is a level of service we're providing? Should we be advocating to the province for that base rate to be increased, recognizing this level of service?
Thank you, through you to committee. This is a service that we're providing, and Advantage has submitted their pre-budget requesting increase in the base funding. So we would consider that and look at how we can, again, improve.
Member from Horton and then Aaron Pryor, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Near $100,000 for IT support seems exorbitantly high. I'm just wondering if there may be some review of the functionality that is being sought after, and perhaps alternate models. I know you talked consultants earlier, but from a macro level of enabling internet access with storage backup, enabling our privacy requirements of all data and employee requirements and employee knowledge transfer, $100,000 for one site, from my perspective, just seems exorbitantly high.
and again, that's approximately 200 staff that operate out of that building. possibly more. That is the primary driver. Like, our IT services are not geared towards residents, but they're increasingly pulled that way. But no, the primary driver of our IT support is the infrastructure and computer support for the 200 to 250 staff. That's driving the requirements there.
And supplementary?
If I may have a supplementary, if I can gain some clarification, I understand these are capital expenditures and not operational.
My apologies. I thought you were referencing the internal charge from our IT department.
I apologize. Through you, Chair, I was looking at slide, I think it's 31, where it lists the server units, capital for Boneshire Manor, replacement of server units for 50,000, and firewall.
So
Times
kitchen
2,
servers, not computer servers. My apologies.
When an IT person hears
server,
she does not think.
Well,
appreciate that.
And that's why I asked about firewalls as well, because I was trying to figure what it was. Okay, thank you.
And those firewalls are hardware acquisitions, capital expenditure one time.
Yeah.
Still high, but much better than 100. Thank you very much.
The firewall is IT, the kitchen server stuff is not. Yes.
Peter thought the firewalls were firewalls?
Yeah.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to make sure I was clear, because I'm an average person, so. So we'll turn to Armpire, if that's okay?
Thank you, Chair. To the Director, it's the heaters in the rooms. Are we replacing heaters with more efficient? And if that's the case, are we saving money on either hydro or gas?
Thank you. Through you to committee. So the heaters, it's actually, we had to bring in an engineer. The heat rads that cover our heaters need to be replaced, and there is a large cost associated to retrofit these heaters to make them safe, because we're concerned about the heat that is put off these metal grates that cover our heaters. So it's throughout the organization, every resident room, and the whole organization.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I do believe then I was at the end, so provincial funding, again, the bulk of what goes into running the home does come from the province, and it is a relatively complex funding formula, increasingly so. There's a number of elements, but almost all of them are to a maximum and only applicable to that area of the home which they're trying to fund. And that's where we struggle is, while it may seem like we have enough revenue to cover the operations, the revenue is restricted to covering certain activities. And it generally does not allow us to cover as much as we would like to from building services or general admin is what we struggle to cover. And it does not, generally speaking, allow us to generate a surplus from provincial revenue. With that, Chair, that's the end of Boneshire Manor, and perhaps a good time to pause for a break.
Sure. Member from Amherst Bromley first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to Mr. Burke. So this is not within the slide deck, but on the funding, there is the page that cites the municipal subsidy, residence revenue, other revenue, et cetera. So this is the page ultimately where we are accommodating, or where the draft is now accommodating the phased return to a levy contribution towards the manor and the lodge. So I'm looking at, so on the PDF, specifically of the budget document, this is page 33. I'm also looking at the Excel spreadsheet version of that. But ultimately what I'm looking at is that the draft is suggesting that the municipal subsidy for 2026 be just under 1.5 million, 1,483, 700. But at near the bottom, surplus adjustment transfer from reserves operating is nearly matching that, $1.44 million, which is still displacing levy dollars rather than from reserves rather than from levy. But then when I go back and do the comparison, the total of the contribution from levy and from reserves to Bonnechere Manor is then just under $3 million. It's 2.926 if I combine both the levy contribution and the draw on reserves. And ultimately, that's a pretty big increase on the total contribution over 2024. And I use 2024 because of the holiday last year, it masks, and there is no comparison available. But the actual contribution in 2024 was 2.3 million. So over 2 years, we're going from 2.3 to 2.6, which seems like a pretty substantial increase. I wonder, and this only has just kind of dawned on me because I have discussed some of these points with Mr. Quaid earlier this week. But is that accurate?
So yes, I would say from the cost that we had in 2024, at the time we were contributing the municipal share, all of it to Bonnechere Manor, to now there has been a substantial increase, 2025, 2026 planned. You know, and it's in a lot of places inside Bonnechere Manor, but mostly and by and large inside nursing services. And really, in that case, inside staffing in nursing services is where we've really redone our thought process on what we plan to incur in overtime and sick time and other things like that, to try and match that to what we are seeing now. And it's a difficult exercise because in a lot of cases, we aren't incurring that because we're not fully staffed. And it was, you know, the budget is built to what we have approval to staff, if we could do it. And we think we can in 2026, but for a number of years we couldn't, or were unable to fill those positions, and it was difficult. So what we see now inside the homes is larger amounts of all things, but specifically overtime and sick. But in part that's because we're staffing to our full complement. And you see that driven back into the budget document is that the tail of hours, not the front-facing hours, these many shifts, this many staff to a resident or floor, but the tail of hours, sick and overtime estimates have really increased over the last few years based on what we see today. So that's our best estimate internally of what we think we're going to incur. And I guess time will tell if we do incur it, but I would say anecdotally, Bonnechere Manor runs on a lot of overtime just based on its staffing level that it has.
Supplementary?
Thank you, and directly related. So ultimately, over a 2-year span, that's a 26% increase, right? Which is, straight math, 13% per year, or $300,000 per year. And our experience had been largely about $100,000 per year. So I want to be try my best to not lose counsel here, but last year when we adopted the 2025 budget, absolutely we approved the contribution holiday, which wasn't an entire holiday, it was just a weekend away sort of thing where we reduced the dollars by a certain amount. Ultimately, there was an enhancement in 2025, I think in both homes, that I think was driven towards substantial upstaffing. And in 2020, 1 year ago, let's say today, I know that as part of our efforts to reduce the levy for the year ended, I think we cut in half actually what was the projected increase. So in addition to not having the levy provide the dollars last year, we also did adopt some of the enhancement, but I think only about 50% of the enhancement that was part of the budget process. So is this connected to that?
Certainly, yes. So there was an enhancement, though again, it wasn't for the full difference, that full increase. And I believe it is staffed now, and I believe the actual enhancement was we were going to work on it. We had a dollar target, and it was going to be split between PSWs and RPNs, and we had to adjust what we had originally thought a little bit to make it fit for the staffing model. But yes, it is running now, and it is part of that increase.
Just a final, Mr. Chair, then. So I believe, if memory serves, that 1 year ago today, in that discussion, at that time, Mr. Blackmore identified that just getting this up and running and getting moving, and that there were going to be some delays, that it was not an entire challenge in reducing the enhancement, because there were going to be some structural constraints that were probably going to impair the ability to get to that target anyway. Am I hearing now that we are on pace to get to that target, that those kind of structural constraints that were there a year ago largely have been overcome?
Thank you. Through you to committee, I would have to agree with you, Mayor Donoghue. I am very proud to say that we have filled a lot of these vacancies where we would see that, we would not see the costs that we're incurring now because we weren't able to fill those shifts. And now that we do have those 20 internationals who've joined us, which in turn has led to more recruitment of local individuals who are PSW's registered staff. So we're seeing more and more staff there, which has led to the increase and we've also seen much higher. I am also very proud to say we have hit the 4 hours of care at Bonachere Manor as recently as our report in December. So we're just over 4 hours of care in Bonachere Manor and very close at Miramichi Lodge.
Final.
Thank you. So, well, it's important actually for this to be clearly understood. So one of the reasons that we have built up our capital reserve was because funding had been supplied towards the much higher standard of the 4 hours of care, and we were, for quite a number of years, not reaching that. So we did accumulate capital dollars out of our operations. So, but ultimately the target was to get to the 4 hours. So ultimately, if we are there, we should also now be seeing, though, just a structural increase. This is going to see a substantial increase for 2026. But moving forward, outside of any other pressures, but once we've hit that standard, now we should be just reaching kind of annual increases, correct?
Thank you. Through you to committee. Yes, that's what we anticipate for the foreseeable future.
Understood. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the member from Horton.
That's okay, and I'm mindful that I'm standing between us and a break, so I will be very quick if I may. I notice in many of the slides, thank you, that we have consideration given to surplus. I'm just mindful that a lot of the capital expenditures, has the resale of existing been considered within the budget as well, or is that anticipated to just be negligible of the replacement of the, for example, the washers, dryers, cabinets, server units?
Thank you. Through you to committee. If they are salvageable or sellable, we do use Gov Deals. Our environmental service managers are well versed in that and try to offset our costs wherever possible.
If I can't, my apologies, through you again, Chair. And has that been considered within the budget at all?
So in a bit of a roundabout way, we don't usually budget for proceeds on sale, but we do reduce the expected cost of the asset and net that against what we expect in proceeds. Though, and again, in this case, it's more or less negligible for these types of items, but for vehicles and other things, it starts to add up a bit more.
And sorry, just to add through you to committee, these are usually end-of-life pieces of equipment, so if we can get somebody to take them away, we're also quite happy because the costs associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, folks, we'll take a break and reassemble at 11:05.
Thank you. It's good to see as many refreshed faces as we have. So, Mr. Burke, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Moving into Miramichi Lodge, again, client programs in Miramichi Lodge, status quo. The nursing services budget in Miramichi Lodge, status quo year over year. However, we do have a couple of enhancements or proposed enhancements inside nursing services. So the first one would be to add almost 3,000 hours of PSWs, so a specific shift in the afternoon to help improve resident care and outcomes. The cost to the County of Renfrew is roughly $90,000. The second proposed enhancement is again unit clerks, similar to Bonashire Manor, same type of position except in the lodge. In this case, adding approximately 3,000 hours of more unit clerks. So the net cost to the county would be $112,000. I'm not sure if the director would care to comment on the request.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to committee. Also, to point out, the unit clerks at Miramichi Lodge were never actually staffed as unit clerks. They were staffing clerks. So we're utilizing them more now on the resident side of things. So again, the complexity, all those things that are associated with our residents, we need those unit clerks to support our residents and the staff.
Thank you. Moving along, food services is status quo, housekeeping services is status quo, laundry and linen, status quo, building and property, status quo, administrative services, status quo. Again, you have 1/2 of the proposed environmental services assistant supervisor. And in terms of capital purchases for Miramichi Lodge, just over $1 million in items, all for replacements of existing items. Revenue on the Miramichi Lodge side, again, very similar to Bonashire Manor, with the exception of solar panel revenue. No solar panels on the lodge. And with that, that concludes long-term care. I'll move on to the other health departments. So just a reminder that we do have a third municipal subsidized long-term care home inside Renfrew County. It is the North Renfrew Long-Term Care Home, which has 21 beds that were transferred from Bonashire Manor in the way back under an agreement, and it continues to cost us $97,000 each year under that agreement in perpetuity.
Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to check through you to Mr. Burke. So last year we had to take some retroactive action because of the contribution holiday that we took with Bonashire Manor, and that is where these homes, that is where these beds were relocated from. That ultimately in the specific language of the agreement, it inadvertently caught the transfer of funds. Wonder, Mr. Burke, have we accommodated for that in 2026?
I haven't worked out the math yet, but I don't believe we'll need to. I believe that the amount we are contributing to Bonashire Manor will still exceed that $21 a day threshold, and we won't have to do anything. But we certainly will bring that back for consideration if we do.
Thank you.
The health unit, our subsidy towards the health unit is approximately $2 million. We did get a funding apportionment letter early this year, so that is a 2% increase. Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team is again another provincial funding agreement. We get approximately $750,000 a year. It has varied from year to year, and it does include a number of special program fundings that come up from time to time midway through the year. However, it is a fully funded department.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much. When, I guess I'll use the term maturity, when the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team is mature, are these likely to be a fairly static line with perhaps CPI increases? But I just note that in the 2024 actual, it was $1 million. and the 2025 budget had diminished from that, and the 2026 forecast is diminished substantially. So I'm assuming this is because of the maturation of the entity itself, or I wonder if Mr. Burke or perhaps Mr. Kelly can speak to that.
I'm happy to take that one. I believe that the $750,000 is the baseline funding, and then they have throughout each year top that up. So currently, just announced last year was the top-up funding for attaching patients to physicians, approximately $100,000, and that is over and above this. But again, it's more of an in and an out. So they are running a number of programs that cause that to jump around. Upon maturity, the original plan for the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team was to be hived off into its own organization and become the successor to the LHINs. I'm unaware if that's still the plan or what that process looks like. I'm not sure anyone's aware how the province plans for healthcare, but that may be the future state. If it is not the future state, it's our assumption that this will continue to pay for itself with no tax dollar input. Pushing on into paramedic services. So our 911 program continues to be status quo. Again, our staffing model is a frontline 24-hour staffing at a number of bases, and then we have an estimated tail of sick and overtime and all the other things that it takes to man those bases 24 hours a day. Almost $3 million in capital purchases planned. So the receipt of 4 ambulances, the deposit or order of 5. Again, an ambulance is currently a 2-year process to arrive once it's ordered. Funding, there's a number of specific fundings that help offset costs for items that are 100% funding, but the biggest item is the core funding, which is, we call it 50% funding, but it's more like 50% of last year's funding. And it has a couple one-time items. And then beyond that, it is cost shared with the City of Pembroke again. There are 3 proposals for paramedic service increases. The first one is a fleet maintenance technician, so again, to assist with the maintaining of the paramedic fleet and possibly help us do some of the upfitting that we spoke to, I believe, at last meeting, where we are essentially building our own IRVs at this point on a purchased chassis. We have a proposal to adjust our summer student positions to make them available year-round. A few of our summer students would become laborers. And we have a proposal to add some training hours and supplies to help this Delta team get off the ground and continue its mission. And I'm not sure if the Deputy Chief would care to elaborate on any of those.
Not unless there's any questions.
Seeing none?
Thank you. So I should mention the maintenance technician net cost to the county, $93,000. The casual labor positions, $48,000, and the Delta team costs are approximately $150 net cost to the county. The largest...
Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just in a presentation lately, with the technician that you're going to get with the vehicles, we're going to rent him out for other vehicles, so we'll get some sort of income back, will we not?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair to members of council. Yes, that is correct. We're looking at offsetting the cost of that. Currently, right now, we've just finished upfitting a vehicle for Muskoka Paramedic Service. So we're already starting that. Our fleet mechanic is sort of doing that off the side of his desk, so to speak. But the hope and the intent is to recover some of that cost, if not all of it eventually, as the program ramps up.
Thank you.
The largest increase inside paramedic service is this contribution to reserve. So the paramedics, again, as a cost share department, have their own capital reserve. and you'll see that the required contribution to reserves jumps from $1 million to $2 million. And why is that the case? You can see on our charting of the paramedic capital reserves, there's not enough money in there to spend $3 million unless we put 2 in. And that's all that is that this year they need money, and you'll see that our contributions to capital reserves fluctuate based on where the need is. So when I spoke to the need to contribute $25 million and that to be $3 million more than the year before, it's not uniform to each capital reserve. It jumps around depending on where the need is in that year. And this year, one of the needs is definitely paramedic service. Beyond that, we have a number of paramedic other departments, primarily the VTAC and the community paramedic and the community paramedic long-term care program. So these are provincial fundings provided on an annual basis. And the issue with these provincial fundings is that they continue to be static. So they were announced, the long-term care program was announced some 4 years ago at $2 million. It continues to be $2 million. So the pressure in the department is to run the same program on last year's funding. And in the current year, we estimate that gap will cost us $260,000. Same program, just inflation diminishing the buying power of our funding. We do have $260,000 in a community paramedic reserve. Our plan is to use that money to alleviate the tax pressure of these programs. This would be the end of that reserve, though. So this is, if everything goes to plan, the final year we can do that. And next year, we will have to consider more funding, less programming, tax dollars to run these programs at the current level.
So if I might, we have made several presentations, and I believe Chief Nolan continues to as well, to the Minister of Health and Long-Term Care, the Long-Term Care Minister as well, about this erosion, whether it erodes our reserves, which it is, or it erodes services, which we haven't done that yet. So this will be a critical year to bring that to the province's attention.
The final department in health is emergency management. So this is the department that captures our emergency management activities. There are no staff in it. It is planned for one exercise. It also has the fire radio purchase and charge back to the lower tiers, as well as 911 operations charges for the Renfrew, CAC for the paramedic side.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Burke, or possibly to Deputy Chief Libby. This I'm kind of reversing a little bit. On that augmentation on the levy for contribution to the capital reserve within the paramedic program, it's an additional $825,000 this year over last year budgeted. When that is done and when that is now a component of the paramedic service or the 9/11 paramedic program, does that essentially get to be part of the formula that the province is then participating in this in 2027?
The provincial funding for paramedic services is not done based on a municipal budgeting standard. So it is based on our municipal budget, but not our municipal accounting. So what the province is cost sharing in is actually the amortization of our capital assets. In a roundabout way, yes, they share the more capital assets we buy, the more amortization we have, and the more they will fund. So roundabout, yes, directly, no.
If I might, understood. So in fact, it's not, they will begin participating in 2027 in these additional funds, but if they are in fact going to make the city and the county whole over a depreciating or an amortizing period, correct?
Yes, so it is captured in the funding formula. Yeah.
Thank you.
With that, we're into community services. Beginning with Ontario Works, social assistance payments. So the province runs the social assistance program for Ontario Works, paying approximately $1 million each month to those recipients in the county of Renfrew. This is funded by the province. We've made a number of presentations and discussions about the rates that we are providing to residents, but what we do provide is 100% paid for by the province. So while the rate may not be enough, we don't have a share of it. It is coming from the province dollar to dollar, by and large, with the exception of a specific type of municipal funeral. In terms of the Ontario Works operations, the Ontario Works admin department, this is status quo. However, we do have one very small suggested enhancement for a specific software that will help us with freedom of information requests, which are becoming a little bit onerous in Ontario Works. And I'm not sure if either the clerk or the director would care to speak to the advantage to having this software.
Yes, through the chairs. So over the years that I've been here, the MFIPA requests are increasing, and they're much more complex, often through community services, which is impacting staff on their part. They're also now with Mesa Heart Hub, it is adding to the complexity of it because it's cross-departmental, so it is getting very time-consuming. So we'd like consideration for a program that we can run it through, and it does the redacting, and it should save staff time, but it should also meet the requirements to the timeframes and stuff.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to our clerk. When you implement this, is there going to be a chance that the lower tiers could maybe tie into that with you on costing? Because we're getting, as everybody is, the requests are become more complex and more frequent. So I'm just thinking, if you identify something that's good, can you let the rest of us know, please?
Coincidentally, that you would ask, I have been working with the clerks and CAOs of all municipalities, and I sent out a poll to see who would be interested, and both companies that I have sourced out are willing to provide the county with a license, enough that we can transfer it or buy enough licenses at a reduced rate and share them with the lower tiers. But there's also a cost involved to the lower tiers, and some think it's prohibitive for the amount that they get. But yes, any programs that I'm looking at, we're looking at something that we can share with the lower tiers.
Thank you.
Member of Admiston Bromley.
Thank you. So the increase in the MFIPA, I think, was also part of the, I believe, the administration departmental report 2 weeks ago. Is the increase largely being driven in community services, or picking up on Councillor Weir's comment, are we seeing these across the corporate entity?
Through you, Chair. It's across the corporation, across the province. All of our counterparts are experiencing the same. I would also think that sometimes during an election year, that will add to them as well.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in these, and I'm assuming that in the processing of the MFIPA requests, the first thing is to divine, is this something that is publicly available rather than your having an ability? I'm just kind of questioning, is there anything that we can do as a council, as an administration, in increasing our transparency that might somewhat reduce the MFIPA requests?
Through you, Chair. Our diligence software has helped with anything corporately, because that's all available, but it is the personal information that most people are looking for. And also, I'll add that a lot of it seems to be coming from lawyers, so it's a litigious thing that's increasing, where you don't have to pay for the lawyer until they win a claim. So there's a lot of people that are looking for information on that behalf.
Supplementary?
Thank you. That's quite intriguing, that answer, because I understand how MFIPA is structured and how it's supposed to work. But if in fact this is becoming part of litigation, that I'm almost thinking of as Mr. Perkins noted yesterday, the increase in insurance claims that we are having, that if in fact we are incurring a specific workload in responding to these that is not out of an interest from a member of the community, but is in fact part of some contentious issue, I don't think we have any authority to change that. I think that we are bound by, we can only do cost recovery, but ultimately this sounds potentially like another delegation perhaps with the Ministry of the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving into the Ontario Works Pembroke site here at this building. So again, all status quo, but we do have a proposed enhancement to add 2 additional caseworkers. So these are 50% funded via the Ontario Works funding mechanism. So the cost of 2 employees to the county would be $89,000. And perhaps I'd turn it over to the director if she has any comments on the need for this enhancement.
Thank you, and through the chair to council, just with respect to what we spoke about in previous sessions of council and the strategic plan presentation that was earlier in the month of January, we have seen a 16% increase in the Ontario Works caseload this year over last year. And going back as far as the reports can show, this is the highest the caseload has been in Renfrew County over the past couple of decades. So the workload is increasing and the caseload is increasing in number. Thank you.
Thank you. Status quo for both Arnprior and Renfrew sites, as well as those other Ontario Works admin items. We come to the Ontario Works revenue. Again, this is a provincial funding program up to a maximum of 50% of costs incurred to the max of $2.6 million, and then cost shared with the City of Pembroke based on weighted assessment and weighted caseload. So our enhancements would still fit under the provincial funding envelope. We haven't maximized that envelope. Again, since we have to pay 50%, we chose not to maximize it, just simply because we didn't want to pay our 50%. Moving on into child care.
Member from North Algona.
Thank you. Just before we get into childcare, just a question: is there a funding formula the province uses when they're looking at caseloads, number of cases, complexity, as far as how they fund?
I would say that they are gathering a number of data points on the statistical outcomes of our cases and number of cases and attachments leaving and coming. I'm not sure that it's driving our funding particularly, but they are certainly gathering a lot of information from us. I'm not aware that, you'll recall a number of years ago, it was funding per attachment to employment. There was a bonusing system to move people out of Ontario Works, but that's no longer the case and hasn't been for some time. Childcare. We would say that childcare is relatively status quo. The administration expenses in childcare are based on reducing costs to the prescribed minimum under the funding formula. There are no major changes. In terms of the childcare core program, what we see is a recombination of several different types of funding that were announced previously rolled back into the core program. So 3 or 4 years ago, the province began its $10 a day CWELC program, and that was a separate funding envelope with separate costs, and the core program was being reduced, and the CWELC program was what was growing. We see now that those have all been recombined back into the core funding allocation. So no major changes, but changes in funding envelopes back and forth.
Member from Abbotsford Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back a couple of slides to the childcare administration. I'm just kind of curious on salaries. It's showing a 20% increase, which is a pretty substantial jump. What is driving a 20% increase in salaries?
With the removal of the CWELC program as a separated department, you'll find it in these slides, the administration from CWELC has been joined with the general administration. So no structural changes. In terms of other childcare departments, so we have our licensed family home daycare. So this is the only daycare that we operate directly, and it is licensed home daycare, so there are no children in daycare in county assets. That's all contract services. Our special needs department remains relatively status quo. Early on in Indigenous childcare, and those specific funding envelopes have not changed. And childcare is cost shared with the City of Pembroke based on weighted assessment. So as a reminder, the overall childcare funding envelope is $31.8 million. It is our largest single funding envelope as a monolithic agreement. Moving on into community housing. This is the department that operates as the service manager under the Social Housing Act. So it takes our property tax dollars, a number of provincial fundings, and it pushes that money out to provide housing either through our nonprofits or our CHC. So that's what this department is showing. It's showing a large increase and a number of enhancements. Those are actually being driven by the RCHC funding envelope. So the costs are underlying inside RCHC, not in this department. As a reminder,
Member from Abbotsford Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Within the previous slide on community housing, I'm kind of curious on the HPP. On a lot of these funding envelopes, you see above and below offsetting. And the anticipation in 2026 is the full utilization of the HPP funding transferred back into our CHC. However, in 2025, there was 823,000 that did not go back in, and I'm just kind of curious, would that have been Mesa, perhaps, or Hart? I wonder if Mr. Burke could explain, or perhaps Ms. Patrick.
You were correct. That was the case. That was, if we go back a year, we didn't have the Hart Hub funding. So a number of the activities we were planning on doing anyways, and they were sitting inside this department for lack of anywhere else to put them. And this year, you'll see the Hart Hub as a distinct department with funding. And it's still doing those activities. It's just separated off.
Mr. Kelly has an announcement.
No, no, gosh. Okay. No, I'm just saying that was 1 year ago today that we had a Hart Hub announcement, actually. That's all he wanted me to say. Apparently he needs a little break in the levity, I guess.
Thank you. So as a reminder, our target for the Housing Services Act, what we always say we have to achieve, is 1,275 households provided housing. We do that via 6 providers, so ourselves, our wholly consolidated Renfrew County Housing Corporation, the Petawawa Housing Corporation, St. Joseph's, Kinsman Court, Killaloe, and GT Seniors. And then we have another number of private landlord rental agreements, so a combination approach to providing housing inside the county. There's a number of provincial fundings, but I draw your attention to what used to be the base funding, or the federal provincial public housing funding that came with the download of social services, designed to offset the mortgage costs on those buildings that they also downloaded. And as the mortgages come to an end, so too does the funding. So by 2029, there will be no more public housing funding as the flat amount. And you'll see the dramatic decline there from $1.2 million to zero over 10 years. And I would say that you might say, well, we don't have to pay the mortgages anymore. That's true, we do not, but the buildings have now aged to the point where we make up our mortgage costs in repair costs. And so we still have costs, we just don't have the funding anymore. Moving into the RCHC area itself, revenue comes from...
I'm sorry, member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just a question about the base funding. It's quite obvious there's a large decrease over the years, but have they, in the province, have they made up for that decrease by increasing HPP or OFI or COCHI or any of those other ones?
Certainly, yes, those have increased. They are not as useful. This funding came with no strings attached. It was easy to use. The other fundings, particularly OPI and COCHI, are very targeted fundings and very painful fundings to administer. HPP is less so, but again, it's where we have used HPP for capital projects, we have found it difficult and administratively burdensome. So this funding was one of the few places where we were just given money and told, house people. That is our preference, and the replacement fundings are less, they cost us money just to administer them in and of themselves. RCHC external revenue, the bulk of it is, of course, rents from our tenants, approximately $5 million in rents. You'll see there we also have our estimated sale of Nelson Street that would go into our redevelopment plan. In terms of program revenue and expenses, this is where the bulk of the program revenue that we get as a low-income housing provider comes, and a lot of it is being dispersed either directly to residents or to other nonprofit providers. The difference, there are some admin shares on those revenues, and there is also some of that revenue that is used to fund capital items. In terms of general expenses, relatively status quo except for two items. The first I'll speak to, of course, the enhancement, proposed enhancement. There are two. One is the addition of a caseworker, and in this case it would cost a net county cost of $76,000. The other is to upgrade the existing platform that RCHC uses to manage the rents and tenants that they have from the legacy that we've had since the program was downloaded. And with that, maybe I'd turn it over to the director to have any comments.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. With respect to the enhancements, in terms of the staffing piece, this is reflecting what we have discussed as far as the increasing complexity of social need in the community. We have been working really hard within community housing with our other community partners around an eviction prevention approach and wraparound services, and trying to take some burden off the homelessness system and the front end of people entering homelessness. Of course, that involves more staff dedicated time, and this has been a pressure for the community housing staff working in the buildings. In addition, the technology piece is something that we've talked about internally with both my department, Mr. Davis's department, and as well through the treasurer and his department, the administration of RCHC in terms of collecting rents, posting rents, and sending out notices, maintaining work orders, monitoring those work orders is not working very effectively right now through the current system in Yardi. It is a very old system, and a technology enhancement through the Acori would allow us to modernize, centralize, and automate some of those functions in order to increase the efficiency in which we're administering those buildings. So just as one example, currently all the work order requests or concerns come in as a phone call to my department. There's a lot of manual staff time and processes. This would be one of the things that could be automated through the system and could as well assist Mr. Davis's team in monitoring priorities and assigning those out to the maintenance staff. So multiple areas of efficiency that could be created with a one-time investment to the new technology. Thank you.
Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the director. So this software would then free up staff to do other duties as assigned in your department?
Through the chair to council, it certainly would increase efficiencies. There are many manual processes and a lot of administration that we're certainly seeking opportunities to create greater efficiency. I didn't mention as well, but managing the wait list or multiple wait lists within a quarry would also be something that we could achieve, that would also be able to provide more sophistication around the data, the length of time individuals are waiting, age groups, age categories, things that I could then bring more data to this council for looking at future planning. So definitely administrative efficiencies and an enhancement of the data and what we can look at in terms of measurables.
Member from Laurentian Hills, I'm sorry, and then Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. I think we all appreciate that there are so many more pressures with housing. And it's also important that the software, you said, is just a one-time cost. There's nothing, it's not a yearly thing, so I think that's very important. As the warden noted, it will free up absolutely some hours and work towards efficiency. Thank you.
Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and I apologize, this is not actually towards the budget, but just a general question about that software. Would it provide you historical data of people who have been through the system in the past and what their needs are? I'm just wondering, because as we move along, people will be retiring and remembering people's names. I'm just wondering whether it's going to collect that historical data that we can pass on for future generations.
Through the chair to committee, I think, yes, there will be, it will house and store information about client profiles and cases that will help with transfers and efficiencies of how the data is managed. Thank you.
Member from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. The question is just, is there any way that this could be used by our other providers or not-for-profits? Is it shareable? Is this something that can cost share with them to the same effect?
It certainly could be. I would say that our other nonprofit providers are very small and probably don't need a system of this sophistication. The other item is that our nonprofit providers don't hold the wait list. We do, right? We are all using the same wait list, so that's our data to hold, and they pull from our wait list. So it's, in a sense, already shared. And just to comment back to the earlier mention, this, again, is not a software we own, so it would have an annual cost. The fee here is the implementation cost. The annual cost is probably comparable to the annual cost we're paying now for the legacy program, so there's probably no difference there, but we do have to pay each year to maintain these softwares.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to committee, I was just going to add to the Treasurer's comments that it would increase, as the Treasurer had indicated, currently we do manage the wait list, but this would allow the nonprofit providers to automate who they're pulling from the top of the wait list, as opposed to some of those processes and manual processes with our staff. So I think they would see some benefits as well.
Thank you.
The other major cost we see inside Renfrew County Housing Corporation, new this year, is a large jump in capital reserve contributions. Similar to paramedic services, what we see is that the capital reserves have been depleted and we cannot complete our capital plan, which is some $2.6 million of capital work, on our existing reserve, which is somewhat less than $500,000 or expected to be. So we have to top that up in order to have something to draw from. In this case, The top-up is an increase year over year from approximately $200,000 contributed to capital reserves to $2.3 million. It's a large increase, but required so that there is some reserve to draw on inside RCHC. Building costs inside RCHC, again, status quo, a number of pressures, but not new to us. The building repairs continue to be an issue given the age of our stock. In terms of capital plans for the year, a number of items, but the largest of which is, again, the renewal plan for RCHC, which is proposed to be funded by a mixture of debt and the sale of an existing asset. And with that, we'll move to the last department inside community services, which is provincial offenses. This department, again, very much so a status quo. However, we continue to project that our fine revenue will decline. That may change. I mean, I know this year's actuals were a surprise to us that they seem to have increased as opposed to decreased, which has been the trend. But again, very much so status quo, and expecting that fine revenue is going to continue to decline. The department is still a net revenue to the County of Renfrew, but only just barely at this point. With that, we can move into corporate services.
Member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just kind of curious, and I do understand that this is the first uptick, actually, in fines and charges revenue in the POA. But from the November 30th Treasurer's report, we were on pace to surpass budget. So I'm wondering why we wouldn't have at least left a status quo budget rather than have reduced it.
I prefer to budget based on what we've seen historically, not what I hope to happen in the future, I guess would be the correct answer. So I am budgeting to an average of what we've seen over the last 5 years. In truth, I have no idea what the fine revenue will be for 2026. It may continue on pace, and then we will adjust when that occurs. But I have typically stayed away from budgeting from an optimistic point of view, we'll say. There are a number of grant applications in the works, but we typically don't budget for them unless they are known or relatively assured to be received. And I am conservative by nature, I guess you could say, so we budget based on what we know, not what we would hope happens.
Supplementary?
I would be more than happy to take this up again when we get to Mr. Perkins's department.
Sure. Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Sorry to backtrack a bit here, but I noticed there were 2 pickup trucks for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, priced at $80,000 and $85,000. Has there been any thought given to electrifying the fleet? I know that EV vehicles are sometimes cheaper than that quoted price. Less maintenance and, of course, less fuel costs as well.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So at this time, we're going with the status quo of gas vehicles. We'll still look into the availability of electric vehicles just because of the use we need for the repair and maintenance staff. It's a bigger style with a cab on it, and we'll need the additional gas power, basically, or horsepower that's within the gas-powered vehicles.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move back to corporate services.
Thank you. So, of course, our members of council departments, status quo, no major changes anticipated. General finance and admin. So this is
member from Edmonton Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did raise this, I believe, at the Corporate Services Committee. So there are numerous changes that are going to actually come into effect next year on December 1, 2027. But there are already some changes on the conference allocations. Plus, we have now adopted a half-day per diem which I know from my experience in 2025 is anticipated to make a substantial difference. And in addition to that, I'm going to draw upon once again the not the Q3, but the November 30th Treasurer's Report, where we're on pace to be substantially under on the council warden line. So I think that there's opportunity probably to find, and I think that as much signaling on council wage, that there would be a value in reducing that from the current 7.81. From some of the mathematics that I have done, I think we could probably arrive at a 0% and still, from the surplus that is anticipated from the November 30th report, and I cannot anticipate that there were a lot of unknown expenditures for council in December, that I think we could still capture the increase, largely the last of the phase-in, plus the CPI drive. But I think some of the conference and the reduced per diem, or the potential for a half-day per diem, is likely going to reduce as well. So my recommendation when we get to the end of this would be I think we could easily drop that to 0.
Thank you. I would caution about going to a 0% increase. I would say that the per diems are not, by and large, what's driving council and warden's salary, and that annual phase-in increase will outweigh any reduction in per diems. The current year experience was also somewhat of an unusual year for us in the changeover of county council. More so than we had experienced previously in other terms. But I do hear your comment that we have not made an adjustment based on our new conference policy or per diem policy, and there could be some savings there. Again, we're not sure what that will look like, but we can, should you wish to make what I would consider a minor adjustment there, we can consider that. I wouldn't suggest that you put the salaries to the 2025 level, but a lesser amount.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Of course, that's acknowledging, Mr. Burke, you're admittedly being quite conservative in your budgeting. So there is, I would suggest that I occupy a somewhat less conservative position. And I think that there is more room than a minor adjustment. Thank you.
Finance and Admin Department. Apologies, the warden is laughing at me. Again, a relatively status quo of what's occurring. However, what is occurring has not been what we had budgeted. So we do have our business case for the corporate services realignment of leadership roles. And that is also what's generating our enhancement. So you recall from that corporate services reorganization that we project we can save, or it will drive corporate savings of about $140,000. What we would like to do with that savings is return to the concept of what a number of years ago was called the provision for unallocated, or more recently was projected as a strategic priorities reserve, to have a pool of money available for county council to pivot mid-year on, and to be able to draw on for strategic things. And, again, we suggest that this being an election year, you want that reserve to probably have some money in it for the beginning of the next term of council to allow them to do a couple of activities and have the confidence to know that that money was already set aside. That is our enhancement to $140,000 to build that strategic priorities reserve. And again, it ties back into the savings from the business case for corporate services reorganization, which were baked into the baseline budget as a reduction.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much. I never took issue with the provision for unallocated, other than I think that one always should have been exempted from the standing policy that any surplus remaining at the end of the year gets drained into the working capital fund. So just the nomenclature, call it whatever you want. When we last had a provision, it was capped at it wasn't capped, but it was $300,000 per year. Is there an expectation of what this would be? Because ultimately, I don't have an issue with a provision or a strategic reserve. But I think similar to what I am suggesting, even with the provision, is that should have been static. If it's unused, we don't drain the full amount back into working capital and levy for the refill. That should be a standing item, and only topped back up when it is used and left alone when it is unused. It was often our experience that it was unused.
And yes, frequently so. And that is our intention for this. This being the first year, we would contribute this amount to fill the pool. And then from then on, it would only be a top up of what you use. You try to refill it to a balance. I'm not sure what that balance should be. We can argue, we can debate what is the correct balance for that. In this case, though, it was premised from that business case, the savings from the reorganization.
Supplementary and then Whitewater.
This might be an opportunity then to raise, and I did speak with Mr. Kelly on this just yesterday. So we need to be careful about where we're finding savings and we're going to contribute those savings, because ultimately the Service Delivery Improvement Program was financed out of our reserves, and part of the financing was the repayment of, I'll call them attrition. I don't know if it was particularly attrition, and this was in particular to community services, where we did find some efficiencies when we repatriated a lot of the dispersed community services back into this building. Those are pretty ephemeral. In speaking with Mr. Kelly yesterday, so the financing was that we were going to have $466,473 a year that from the savings, staffing savings, available to repay reserves. Those, as Mr. Kelly rightly noted, so we have not restaffed those positions, but simply through other requirements, driving staffing requirements, that has essentially disappeared. So we probably also want to be careful about recognizing a savings that we're going to come out of not having a director of corporate services, because given enough time, that shall be devoured, that actual savings. I do not have a crystal ball to say when that disappears, but it's going to disappear.
Okay, thank you. Whitewater, please.
Chair, just a question on procedure. The proposal to amend the policy to allow for this strategic reserve to have the allowance of not being folded into the language there. Do you need a seconder on that? Will this be wrapped in at the end of the committee's work?
Maybe I could just elaborate. The previous incarnation provision for an allocate was not a reserve contribution. It was an expense line. So if we didn't spend anything on that line, it was just rolled into the general service surplus of money not spent. And that's how that came to be. This version is a different animal, so a reserve contribution that would be static and standalone. So no real requirement to do anything. It's just under the old version, it was done differently.
Member from Amherst and Bromley.
It would probably be whatever that formula might be, though, and it might actually be a percent. I think it would be more appropriate, likely, to have it as a percentage of levy. But I think that there should be a cap on it as well. I don't think that should be a building, and I don't know if that's part of the design of that reserve, but I think that would be worthwhile as well.
And perhaps when we reach the end of the day, maybe you only want to suggest $100,000 or a number like that. But yeah, we can certainly look at that. I'm hesitant to make plans on future council, knowing that when we get into the budget, those plans tend to be suppressed in favor of the current need. So we can certainly give ourselves a target, but again, it's kind of an annual debate in the budget process as to whether we choose to fund to that target or not. Moving along into human resources, again, a status quo budget. A reminder, as I said earlier in the day, computer and software costs, again, continue to grow as we attempt to leverage the technology that is available to assist us, more so than adding more staff to an existing process. IT, again, another status quo budget. Corporate services houses a few other expense departments, so our agriculture and reforestation, which is payments to the lower tiers for forest fire protection on county forests, and a version of PIL payments for those forests. As well, the MPAC subsidy for the entire county, so the county pays MPAC, not the lower tiers, for their services. They have approved their subsidy request, so it's a $1.67 million payment for the current year, 3.5% increase. Now we come to the largest singular cost in the corporation, I would say, the financial expenses department, which is largely just a holder for our general corporate reserve contributions and debt payments. It also includes our tax write-offs that happen mid-year. Long-term principal and interest, again, we have 3 existing loans from the general side. We also have a 4th that's funding a very specific department and is expense there. We anticipate that we will have 2-3 more loans come online at some point, but not in 2026. They're currently construction loans. When the project is finished, they will become actual debenture payments. We also have our plan for capital vehicle leases, which is currently in the works. So our plan to now lease all of our corporate light vehicles and make payments on them that way as opposed to purchasing them outright. I'm informed that our first corporate vehicle lease arrived earlier this morning and is somewhere in the parking lot. So I'm interested to see how that works. This is also where we have our growth reserve contribution. I've already spoke to that a little bit at length, so I won't belabor the point about why, but I will say that the budget, what we suggested was to reduce it by $500,000 from its planned amount. So we would leave a contribution of $300,000 to that reserve, add that to the 2025 reserve balance, and we know we are going to use approximately $500,000 this current year for our current growth project, which is the Petawawa Boulevard roundabout. 50% of that project is funded by the provincial government. We're contributing the other 50% from our growth reserve. This is a project that fits that criteria. We are not replacing a like asset with a like asset. This is a significantly different asset we're building to accommodate increased traffic. In terms of the general capital reserve contributions, so our plan to contribute the $3 million more than the year before. So if you follow the rather very long list of what makes up our capital contributions, you'll see that we're contributing $25 million. We want to go to $27 million, but we can't meet the levy target if we do that. So we're reducing that target by $1.8 million to give us a capital reserve contribution of approximately $25 million. What do we think that will do to our reserve balances? So we know that our capital reserves, just on the general side, not including long-term care, paramedic services, or our CHC, which were all shared and we talked about separately, just our general capital reserves. They peaked at around $40 million or just north of that, and they've been declining for the last few years. They're about $25 million at the last audited mark, just general capital reserves. The 2025 estimate is another decline of about $7 or $8 million to those reserves, and we think we're going to bottom out now in our long-term capital plan just above $10 million for the 2026 year. And there we have our current budget projection just slightly ahead of where we envisioned ourselves under the capital asset and long-term financial plan we presented earlier in the year. To get to that point, though, we did have to cut $2.5 million from our capital work plan. We cut a contribution to the reserve. We also cut the plan back. Of course, in the general corporate services committee, we have our corporate services revenue as well. So we have our taxes, as I mentioned, The 7.9% increase in total levy is made up of the growth amount plus the taxation on the existing properties. We have our water generation payment, supplementary revenue that comes in mid-year from those mid-year assessments from MPAC, our interest revenue, and our CCBF or gas tax revenue.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
I wonder if Mr. Burke could share with us how long the water power revenue line has been frozen at $394,109.
And thank you for the forewarning of the question. It has been frozen from 2012. So the same amount since then.
Supplementary.
Thank you. And I'm raising this only because about 31% of the value has been eroded from that. I do know that water power generating station are still utilizing both lower tier and upper tier services just to access. You cannot get to the Chinook generating station without driving on a county road. At least if you're coming from Ontario, you cannot. So the erosion of this is substantial, and I compare this even to, for quite a long time, Mr. Burke, perhaps you were here for the start of it. There's a lot of people in the room who were here while we were doing it because of capping. I think it was on the industrial. There was a time when we had to incorporate the cap on that, that it could only industrial tax rates could only increase a certain percentage until the ratio hit what the provincial target was. Given that there's nothing here, is the provincial target that this essentially gets to zero, that the $394,000 will almost be zero value once our budget gets to be enough? Like, what is it that that we are trying to diminish with this? Again, probably add this to the catalog of delegations, because my hydro rates on my January bill were up about 14%. I don't know that, I'm fairly certain that all of that is not coming from a water power generating station, but I think it would behoove these large industrial processes to get on board with the changes. If in fact this line was commensurate with just annual CPI inflation, it would be $520,000. If it was keeping pace with the change to the county levy since 2012, it would be about $720,000. So it's about half of what it once was. So I think that it is probably something that we should engage in a discussion with the province on, as well as what is the outcome that they are desiring with the capping on the water power. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, could you bring that forward at some point as we prepare for AMO? Thank you. And Warden, that might be a discussion at Warden's Caucus. Thank you. Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you. The other point I want to make is this is one of the areas where we really struggled was interest revenue, our estimates of interest revenue. And we've gone to some effort to calculate what we think interest revenue would be, and it's almost $1 million less than the current year budget. Now, we're certainly not going to meet our current year budget target for interest revenue, but we have gone to the effort of allocating out what we expect that interest revenue to be, and that was one of the major areas we struggled as a budget pressure on our operating budget side. So here you have the exact calculation. At current interest rates and an average balance of $60 million, I would say we don't have that in our bank accounts today, but over the course of the year it comes up and down, and that's historically where we've been. We'll only make about $2 million in interest. So that's what we're budgeting for in the next year. And of course, that's fanned out across a couple different interest revenue accounts. With that, Mr. Warden, that's the end of corporate services. And former Warden, my apologies. I can see that lunch is almost ready, so maybe now is a good point to stop.
Yes, thank you. Member from Amherst Bromley.
That should almost be on speed dial, I would think, by now, Mr. Chair. Just on the last page, the last slide vis-a-vis interest, so I plugged in here the numbers and projected the numbers. from the November 30th Treasurer's report again, but in speaking with Mr. Quaid, I think that there is still some, from those November 30th numbers, there was still some reconciliation required. Is that correct? The reason being that on the 2025 actuals, we're showing, the Bonisher Manor is showing substantially being over budget. I wonder if you could just, if Mr. Burke could just speak to that.
Yeah, certainly. So I would say that the problem with that is the notion of our fund accounting, where Bonisher Manor was its own fund with its own bank account, everything was happening inside there, always related to Bonisher Manor. For the last several years now, and getting more and more, Bonisher Manor bank account is what Ontario Health uses for other ministry funding. It's just the bank account that they have, so it collects all of the OVOHT money, all of the Heart Hub money, and a number of other programs. It's becoming to the point where it's just one of many accounts that we have to then allocate portions of. So I would say that in the coming year, we will make some effort to do a monthly interest allocation, but the Bonisher Manor bank account is no longer really Bonisher Manor's. It's just another county bank account that does a number of items that we reconcile. So that's where we're heading, is more towards the pool of bank accounts going forward, as opposed to the old religious fund accounting.
Sorry, supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And all of the numbers are certainly consistent with what is projected on the budget. The manor, and I'm presuming this is going to transition in 2026, because the manor was budgeted for 300 and it's on pace for about $490,000 if one extrapolates from November 30th. So I'm assuming that even within the old system, was there some reconciliation still needing to be attached to that $490,000 figure?
Yes, for certain. There all, I would say there almost always was, under the fund accounting, a large balance where money would leave from the general fund bank account to pay for expenses in Bonisher Manor, or vice versa, and it's more of a combined system.
Thank you very much. What I would suggest to you is that we will take a break now for lunch and return at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and we are resuming our special council meeting dealing with the budget. And Mr. Burke will lead us through a development and property line.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, County Council. Moving on into the Development and Property Department. This is a very status quo department, so not a lot of changes happening. Starting with the property administration. So this is the property department admin costs and staff, as well as the building costs for this facility. No major issues, very status quo. Similarly, development and property RCP department, so that's the Renfrew building. No major issues, very status quo. The external lease revenue is there as budgeted. Capital purchases for the building are all there. No major concerns. Paramedic bases. So this is where we have a department that is an internal lease charging back to paramedic service for the maintenance costs of those paramedic bases. There are now 7 internal paramedic bases, and you can see there the construction of Pembroke and Whitewater. So Pembroke base planned for $5 million, Whitewater $3.5 million. And that's debentured, that construction. The OPP building, which again is funded by a provincial lease with Infrastructure Ontario to house the OPP, and it has a debenture that we use to build the building. Principal and interest payments are within this department. It is a net contributor to the county capital reserves to the amount of $75,000. So it's a bit of a revenue generator. Forestry department, again, this is our managing those forestry tracts that we do have. So our revenue is from the sale of standing timber or the rights to log standing timber on our property. Status quo there, no major changes.
Apologies. The member from Town of Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm just noticing 75,000 for building automation on all of the buildings. Just wondering what that entails.
Through you, thank you for the question. So automation is for the HVAC units, so we can control the HVAC units at the different buildings from one key location through the computer systems. So it's more efficient. We can respond to heating requests or cooling requests and see the data involved in the HVAC units.
Of course, supplementary.
So could you make it a little warmer in this room right now?
I was just going to ask if you could cool it down.
Rob's wearing an old man sweater.
Thank you. And perhaps the other thing I should mention on our paramedic bases, we also have a capital budget for fuel tanks. So right now, some of our paramedic bases have access to our bulk fuel purchasing. All of our public works patrols do. So those are above ground tanks and bulk fuel buying. And our plan is to get that into every paramedic base, which would be a large convenience or an efficiency, certainly, rather than having paramedics pulled up at various gas stations. And also likely a cost savings because of the rate at which we buy our bulk fuel. Moving on into our GIS department, very status quo. Again, this is where we have our GIS, and that is a service provided to the lower tiers as well. Economic development, no major changes planned. I will point out that this contains the HYPE reserve, which we had a number of discussions throughout the year about our community improvement plan, and this is the result, is the HYPE program. So you can see that we have $100,000 budgeted as available under that program should we get those applications, and that will be withdrawn from our HYPE reserve. But we estimate that we only have to top up our HYPE reserve by about $20,000, which is the amount that we expended in 2025, or we estimate we have expended in 2025. So again, this concept of a reserve that we just top up to maintain a level of available funds. Enterprise Renfrew County, this is our small business program, summer company, starter company. And again, you see the pressure of a flat funding or a near flat funding. And for a number of years, we were drawing on an old provincial surplus funding from a previous incarnation of this funding program. That funding pool is done. As of 2026, we estimate that we will drain that pool, and now we have to see the increased cost, where the provincial funding is not rising and covering the actual program costs, and the county share of that cost continues to grow. Ottawa Valley Tourist Association is a third-party organization, so it is not owned by the County of Renfrew. It is an independent entity, but we do have a contribution agreement that runs till 2027 that indicates that we should increase our funding at our county levy target, which is 3%, and there you see that increase. Our contribution is mostly in staff, though, so the staff are run through our payroll system, and we pay those staff directly, so that's the bulk of our contribution.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, chairs. So the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association there, do we see a line for revenue for Matt from Pembroke or Petawawa, or when would we see a revenue line for that?
So the OVTA is a separate organization. So inside that organization, there is a revenue line for MAT tax from those two implementations of that tax. So that's internal to the OVTA, but again, we provide the staff, or the staff are County of Renfrew staff, because OVTA doesn't have its own payroll accounting. And we provide the bookkeeping, but we do not actually control the organization, nor are we the board of directors.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Davis is, sorry, Chair.
No problem. Thank you. Mr. Davis, and then
Thank you, Warden. Thank you for the question. And just for clarity for the process, so the OVTA designs and builds their budget, which then through the board, and then goes to the City of Pembroke as the partner to review and to approve, and then comes back to our D&P committee at a later date, and typically in March. So right now we have a draft budget and plan, and yes, you'll see the different line items in the draft budget or the budget, including the MAT tax revenues and expenditures. Thank you.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Burke or quite possibly Mr. Davis. So on the second bullet point, the funding provision in the agreement is the base year, adjusted annually at the same rate. Is the rate the target rate, or is the rate the actual rate?
We have historically used our levy target as the rate at which we have increased. And the rate has been matched by the City of Pembroke and accepted by the OVTA board as the correct rate. So that's what we've done. In past years where we had a general levy target of 3.5% and we actually ended the year at 3, we have only provided 3. So it's not an exact science, nor is it exactly spelled out in the agreement, but we have generally, in good faith, pushed our levy target to the OVTA.
So there's a science, it's evolutionary, I think. Correct?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Excellent, thank you.
And the last department in DNP is, of course, Planning Department. No major changes anticipated for the Planning Department, status quo. With that, I will move into Public Works.
Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I heard the collective groan when I entered the room after lunch, and I note that you had been several pages farther than I had anticipated by the time I joined. My apologies. These questions are probably more so for Mr. Davis. I note that two things that jumped out at me with respect to the property, the real property assets. So within the Renfrew County Place, and I believe also within the administration building, The internal increases are consistent with what community services are seeing as increases to their leasing costs. But I note that the external leases are zero at Renfrew County Place. There is no increase. I think it's a $1 decrease, actually, on the external leasing revenues for Renfrew County Place. In addition to that, I note that at the bases, in aggregate, I don't know if each one of them had its own, but in aggregate, the leasing increase was 2.17%. So are there written agreements, first off with external at Renfrew County Place, that there's no escalation to those costs? And secondly, even within the internal leases, is that not based on is there not an annual CPI that would escalate the leases as well?
Through you, Chair. So typically for the external leases, yes, we do build in escalation clauses, typically 3%. I'll kind of defer to Mr. Burke about that. And for internally, at certain locations, we do have a draft lease documents with our internal clients. Not necessarily for every location, though. So it's a bit of a mix of different options. And maybe I'll defer a little bit to Mr. Burke.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason. Yes, I would say that for the external leases, we have always had formal written agreements. In this case, though, a great many of them are expired or in negotiation, which accounts for kind of the flatlining of that. These are commercial leases, so they are not bound the same way a residential lease would be, and we're free to negotiate what we will. So the external leases are the daycare and then the Infrastructure Ontario and Victim Services at RCP. Internally, it's a bit of a mixed bag for the paramedic operations. The leases were constructed around an operating and a capital component. So while the operating component is increasing at the same rate all other things are, the capital repayment plan is flat. So you get this mixed lease rate that is slightly less than elsewhere. So that's the idea behind those, that they repay their capital, draw from reserves to build them over a fixed number of years, and the operating expenses increase at the same rate as others.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to follow up on each of those threads. So on the first one, with respect to the external at RC Place, zero is essentially budgeted here, but if these are in at the termination of the lease in 2026, I imagine that there would be anticipated some increase, again, just from the very fact that we're seeing electricity costs going up, we're seeing heating costs going up, et cetera, that I would anticipate on those external leases that we could anticipate some increase.
Through you, Chair. So yes, we always anticipate that. We always, in the back of our minds, always anticipate to have this built in. And so it all depends on what the final negotiation comes in at.
Okay, thank you. And if I could pick up then on the base station. So it sounds that the structure of those is very similar, and perhaps that was the model for the OPP building. The delta, and that's what I wanted to follow up on as well. So the capital investment in the bases, were these debt financed but internal debt, i.e. were they financed from reserves? Because there's nowhere where I'm seeing, as I do in the OPP building, a line item that says here's the principal repayment and here's the interest charges against that. So I'm presuming, in the absence of seeing that anywhere, and in fact, even within the financial expense cited at the very bottom of the general budget, that these were internal debt out of reserves, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Works then, our last department for the day. So Public Works Administration, again, status quo. The enhancement there is tied to a business case that I'll speak to in the capital side. Public Works Capital, so again, a little bit of a naming convention. This is the capital work that Public Works does that's not capitalized, so the engineering pool and a few other things, manager and such forth. So again, very status quo. The only change there you'll note is in the enhancement side. So again, our infrastructure management line envisions an amount for bridge inspections that, should we upstaff internally, we feel we could do as an internal project as opposed to purchasing engineering for. Maintenance, so this is the area where we do our roadside maintenance, either in winter or summer, road control, and our plow and patrol operators and all of those garages. So again, a very status quo year for those. Equipment would be our mechanic pool, as well as the repair costs and fuel for those equipments. No major changes there. There is a change in our accounting for one of the mechanics. That's what's driving the staffing change, but materially no change to the department. Housing is those building costs for our repair yards. So again, a very status quo year. You can see the capital plan there, but nothing out of the ordinary. Trails. So trails is a recent addition to Public Works, but it has always been in D&P. Again, you'll see our maintenance plan is approximately $250,000 a year to maintain the existing trail network. And then in terms of capital expansion, you can see a number of the capital items are mostly bridges, as well as the final chunk of the Algonquin Trail stone dusting, which is Bissett Creek North, approximately $1 million. You'll note that this year, as opposed to other years, we haven't budgeted the final land transfer. So there is still a component of the Algonquin Trail we don't legally own. It's still held up in legal and transfer with CN, so there is another donation receipt, a capital donation yet to follow, and a little bit of capital dollars that has to follow that. We don't believe it's going to happen in 2026, so we remain optimistic that pieces of it will continue and the project will eventually be concluded and we will own all of it at some point, but it's probably not this year.
Member from Amherst Bromley and then from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad actually that Mr. Burke does have an optimistic side on him. It was not on display this morning. With respect to the final installment of the donations, so when you drill in, ultimately, I think that this hinges on a decision on whether we can utilize compilation surveys for the title transfer, or if unsuccessful in that regard, I think it is a substantial cost that we would likely be facing with regards to surveying costs and preparation of registered plans. Ultimately, though, there has to be an adjudication. How close are we to the final adjudicator that is going to decide on that?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So we've been working with our legal firm of BLG, Bordner, Ladner, Gervais out of Ottawa, and the registry office, or the Ontario Land Surveyor's office in Peterborough. And right now, at this date, I'm looking at an email. So we have confirmation that the province will allow us to utilize compiled plans, which is a cheaper version of a survey, for half of the properties, approximately half the properties that are remaining, which is a good news story. The remaining half is going to be a challenge. In that northern section, I think I've mentioned this to this committee or this body before, compile surveys for that remote area is a little more expensive than surveys in built-up areas, because you have to do a lot of tie-ins, as they say, through the survey speak. And so don't know the exact costs. In this building, in this body, I mentioned in the past, we had a quote, this is back in 2021, I do believe, a quote from the surveyor of approximately $400,000 if we had to use surveys for the whole remaining sections. So if I had to guesstimate or estimate, you're in the price of tens of thousands, if not close to $100,000 if we had to do surveys for the remaining half of those surveys I'm mentioning.
Supplementary.
Thank you. So, and I do appreciate the monetary component that was put forward by Mr. Davis, but ultimately, So we do have a positive ruling, perhaps on I'm going to assume the linear basis, half. It may not be so, but ultimately we have a good judgment on that one. But ultimately, like, the clock is ticking on this as well. I'm assuming that we must be near to having a final decision and making the case that we will have certainty of what is going to have to happen to facilitate the final transfer.
Very quickly, so yes, once we have the confirmation from the Land Registry Office of these are compiled plans of the remaining, then we'll know for certainty what's required for surveys.
Okay, if I might too, so that we're dealing with Peterborough, is there not a 49 anymore?
Sort of and sort of not. We're dealing with the highest level of the surveyor's office, which is the head office is in Peterborough.
Thank you.
And the member from Greater Madawaska and then Petawawa.
Thank you, and through you, chairs. This can either go to Mr. Burke or Mr. Davis. Just we're seeing a lot of money spent on trails, and just for the public to have an understanding of, do we have an idea of how much revenue these trails bring into Renfrew County each year in a tourist side of it? Just so people can get an understanding of what we're spending and what we're getting in return.
Sure. So thank you again for the question. So I think back in, again, my dates are a little fuzzy just in the sense, but back in 2021, before the trails got moved over to Public Works, we hired a consultant to look at the return of investments for our trail network. And so at the time, again, 2021, it was around $5 million a year of return of investments because we bought these trails. Because we're utilizing these trails, we've improved these trails for all users, including the motorized and non-motorized users. So, and that was a high level at the time. And I believe with what Mr. Perkins is doing north of us in Head Clare Marai and Laurentian Hills and opening up new sections of trails, those numbers will increase dramatically. So I think it's well, thank you for the question. It's well grounded why we bought this old rail line. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just to build on that theme, it's great to see that we're developing those trails further up past De Riviere into our boundary with Papineau Cameron. But are we going to reach a dead end there, or how is our neighbor? Are they playing nice with us in terms of developing from their end and carrying that trail on to Mattawa and places beyond?
Mr. Davis?
No. I think if I may, and maybe I'll pass it to the chair of operations. But we're always working with our partners in Papineau Cameron. So Papineau Cameron has the remaining 20 kilometers that come close to the town of Mattawa. They struggle financially to improve this section. Internally and through our partnership, we might support them in the sense of applying for grants on their behalf and working this forward. So once we finish our section, we'll look into the Papineau Cameron 20 kilometers to see what we can do to assist them and see what the bypasses could be. So we're still in partnership. It will not be a dead end in the long term. We want to get right into the town of Mattawa.
Member from Deep River, Chair of Operations.
Thank you, Chair. Just further to Mr. Davis's comments, in fact, the last meeting we had, well, just to back that up a second. So one of the barriers is an overpass at the entrance to Armpire, basically, Mattawa. I don't know where that came from, and that probably worse than the Biscuit Creek one in cost-wise, so that it's just not going to happen. But what did come out of the last meeting was a suggestion and very well received by them, and we suggested there was a couple parcels of land that they could actually bypass it. So they may be able to bypass it and then get access to the town of the village of Mattawa. So there was some encouraging progress there. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you. Public Works capital costs. So again, we're planning for roughly $20 $9 million of capital linear asset construction, roads, bridges, culverts, and that includes the trail. Sorry, my apologies, that doesn't include the trail. The trail was separate. Again, we have our own internal construction crew that we use for some of those assets. Offsetting revenues, there are some dedicated funds for capital construction for roads. So again, the former gas tax, Canada Community Building Fund, which is stable. OCIF, which is declining and has declined for a number of years under the new funding formula. We are optimistic that we have reached the bottom of that decline because we did not receive the maximum allowable decline. We received slightly more than that, so we believe we have reached the bottom and we can now expect some stability in that funding at this new lower level. And then we have some miscellaneous fundings, specifically one for the Petawawa Roundabout, and then we receive money from the aggregate resources as well.
Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, probably to Mr. Perkins. So in the committee departmental report or projection delivered yesterday, and I don't believe that this was captured within the report, but Mr. Perkins made some reference to our costs, I think right across the continuum of rehab from a straight rural kilometer to a fully urban kilometer, that we are typically seeing better pricing than other regions in Ontario, which seems to be somewhat of a Pyrrhic victory. Because, in fact, speaking on the point that Mr. Burke raised about the OCIF funding, I do not share Mr. Burke's optimism on this one that we've hit rock bottom yet, particularly based on what Mr. Perkins. I wonder if he could kind of restate in a much more coherent and cogent fashion than I am what his comment was from yesterday.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'm not really sure what the question is, sorry.
You had advised that we seem to be receiving much more favorable pricing right across the continuum of our benchmarking, whether a rural kilometer of road or a fully urban kilometer of road than other areas. And I wonder if you could just provide that context once again.
Yes, thank you for the clarity. Through you, Chair. So I'm a member of the COST group, which is the group of single-tier highway supervisors throughout Eastern Ontario. And one of the topics of conversation at one of the meetings a few months ago was exactly that. And I was sharing with them what our roundabout costs were for both rural and urban. And like Prescott Russell was like 20% higher on their last tenders for road work for similar projects. So it was an oddity for sure. But again, back to our two bridge tenders that came in yesterday that you guys approved. There's 10 bidders on each job. So we're really, by getting out early is not a trend, but paying off.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke?
So inside the capital works area, we do have one proposed enhancement. So this is to upstaff to what is now would be our fourth engineering technician. And the idea behind or premise behind this staffing is that if we had an internal staff member instead of an external engineering firm, we would be further ahead, that we could save money by hiring our own engineers. So as we go through the math, you can see that roughly 15% of our road cost is engineering fees or construction management type engineering fees. Depending on the type of construction, this position, which costs a gross amount of $120,000 per year, would pay for itself if it could do somewhere between 1/4 and 8 kilometers, depending on the type of road we're talking about. And of course, there's a different calculation depending on the type of bridge or culvert they happen to be doing. So with that, maybe I'll turn it over if Director Perkins has anything further to add.
No, thank you, not unless there's some questions.
Okay, seeing none.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So those calculations, I'm anticipating that those seem eminently reasonable as to what this potential staff member would do. Those either 0.25 or up to 8, that would not be setting a high bar.
Yes, agree. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, agreed.
Thank you. So moving on, again, here's the list of capital. All of these, of course, we spoke of in the fall with pre-approval. We did, however, remove some from the list that we did have pre-budget approval for. So this is where we come to that our contribution to capital reserves isn't going to be as much as we had planned, but we want to maintain the balance in our capital reserves that kind of matches our long-term financial plan, that $10 million mark at 2026. So we're backing out a number of capital jobs. They don't vanish, of course. These are roads. We will have to repair them at some point. We're just pushing them off. So a lower standard of road for a longer period of time, spreading that out. It is a service level reduction that will be felt by people driving over the road. Again, it's a hard thing to visualize a lower pavement condition index, but that's what we're proposing.
Mr. Bromley.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Chair. So at the operations meeting committee meeting yesterday, I had highlighted that there's just about $2 million had been allocated to 71 and 73 in the town of Deep River. I note that Councillor Doncaster did indicate to me offline that not all of those are being deferred to 2027. But I wonder if Mr. Perkins or Mr. Burke can speak to what portion of those would be deferred, because a pretty substantial single project that is being deferred is the Palmer Road from Finch Road to Palmer Rapids Urban at a cost of just under $1.8 million. And if we know that we are not going to do the Deep River, would it not be more practical to flip those if we already are going to, for reasons outside of our control, going to be deferring those roads?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. What happens here is we forward that money. So if you'll recall, actually these roads were approved in 2025, and we pushed them into 2026 because we are working closely with Deep River and their staff, and their plan was to go ahead in 2026. So what we do is we keep moving that money forward. So unfortunately, in this draft budget here, we did remove Palmer. Again, getting back to the PCI, the road is not down to 60 yet. So by doing this, we free up space in the budget, but we will move the Deep River monies forward into next year with the goal that they will do it next year.
And perhaps I can just further to that comment. So I believe Director Perkins is correct that if we're not, in fact, not doing this project this year, it shouldn't be on our capital plan. It should be pushed forward. But perhaps what we'd prefer to do is, if that is the case, and Deep River is going to confirm that, we will take this away and come back with a revised capital plan, which may or may not include putting one of those other roads back in. As Director Perkins says, we're just moving the timing of different roads. But if in fact one of these is not going ahead, we will come back, and we will obviously not be spending the $29 million next year. So we may consider adding a different road back in, but we'll take that away and see which one happens to fit the plan best. And it may or may not be one of the ones we've just pulled out.
Okay, thank you.
With that, Mr. Chair, we come to the end. So as a reminder of all of the proposed enhancements we've talked about today, we've talked about a unit clerk inside Bonnechere Manor, an assistant environmental services supervisor shared by both homes, a new PSW line inside Miramichi Lodge, some more part-time unit clerks inside Miramichi Lodge, a new fleet maintenance technician for paramedic services, some labor positions for paramedic services, some training for paramedic services, some software for Ontario Works for Freedom of Information requests, some caseworkers in Ontario Works and RCHC, a software replacement in RCHC, and a strategic reserve contribution inside the corporate services department, as well as this 4th engineering technician. Those are open for your consideration or comments. And a reminder just of what we're targeting. So that baseline budget we have discussed is a 6.68% increase on the existing property tax base. If you're talking about 1%, that's about $614,000 of revenue. That equals $4.35 per year per $100,000 of assessment, or $9.45 for the average property tax owner. For every percent we increase, we add $10 a year to the average property tax bill. Perhaps, I know it's a little soon, but perhaps a 5-minute break, and then we can return with your comments on what you'd like to see for the final resolution after the break.
Thank you. Back at 1:45.
Perfect, thank you. And we are now back to our special budget meeting, and I'll turn it again to Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I guess as a process, the floor, it really belongs to council, to what you want to do. But my default at this point would be to pass a resolution that has a levy of $66 million. That is your growth plus your levy target of 6.68%. And that was our assignment that you gave us in September. We have met that assignment. Unless somebody would like to tell me that they really feel that these one or any of these enhancements would like to belong to the budget, we want to do this, I'm happy to add those in, or that they didn't want to do something that I spoke of today and they would like to cut something out of the baseline budget, my next course of action would be to present this bylaw with an amount of $66 million. And with that, I will turn it back to the chair to hear what the thoughts are.
Okay, thank you. And Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Daniel and Craig and all the staff know that I fully appreciate all the work that went into this, and it was not for the faint of heart, and we've been through it a few times, but I just think of how this is not only going to affect the County of Renfrew, but each of our local tiers as well, and how we're going to reconcile this at home. And I know that shouldn't be a consideration here, but it is. It would be wonderful if we could get below 6, but I understand where we're at, and I think at this time my feeling is that these enhancements, it's just not the time for it to add another 1.5% to an already strained budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And so with that, and the member from Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Chair. More of a consideration request. There was proposal for 2 caseworkers in Ontario Works. I assume that they're going to be full-time with benefits, and I'm just wondering if the opportunity to have contract employees either on a 1-year term or a 2-year term and then extend to a 1-year term, hoping that the need is not going to be there down the road because of our current conditions.
Thank you. And Mr. Burke, or?
Certainly I can start and say that is a possibility. We could hire part-time staff or external agencies without issue. I would turn it over to the director to comment on how helpful or not it would be to have a part-time staff as opposed to the requested 2 full-timers.
Thank you. And through the chairs to council, any staffing consideration would be very helpful. I know a model that works really well in emergency services, and I see the chief is not online at this moment, but we've spoken about this before, about having some hours for some additional staffing when peak volume occurs. When we have services that are critical, we can't control the demands that are coming in, to have the ability to have some float hours to bring people in to address the critical need works really well in emergency services, and I do think that that could be very beneficial in community services. It would be potentially certainly a less financial obligation even than contract staff. It could be some float hours that we could look to bring in some qualified people to step in during times of peak volume.
Okay, so, the member from Laurentian Hills and also the chair of Community Services.
So I would support what the member from Laurentian Valley just said, and keep in mind that these positions are 50% funded by the province and then also funded by the percentage that Pembroke pays for. And although it's not near the amount of hours that Ms. Patrick has said is needed, I think it would go a long way in supporting community services. Thank you.
And thank you. And so what I'd like to do
just to make sure we understand what we're doing, is if I could get a motion for the motion that's the number, this motion. So if I get a mover and seconder, and then we can have a conversation. So the motion would be that a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2026 for general capital and all purposes of the County of Renfrew in the amount of $66 million. And then that would allow us to have the conversation, and then at some point, once we're done adding and subtracting, then we can just amend that number, but I'd like to get that on the table for discussion. Mover, please. Member from Greater Madawaska, second by the warden. Okay. Now, did I see other hands? So we had your statement, Chair. Okay. And now the member from North Agona Wilberforce. My apologies. I should have did that right off the hop.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, just to follow up first on the comments from Laurentian Hills and Laurentian Valley. Also in offline conversations with the Director of Community Services, one of the challenges that has been noted in that department is the fact that there has been quite a number of retirements of some of the senior staff. So you're losing a lot of the corporate knowledge and the ability for mentoring and training some of the new hires. So I think there is value in at least one, if not both of those positions. And the other question I had, and I don't know if he has an answer, was for the Deputy Chief Libby as to whether the Delta financing for that new service is something that there'd be lobbying with the province for to pick up that funding, as it is supposed to be a service that will be expanded throughout the province. Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So through you, chairs, to the rest of the council, yes, that is something, especially any out-of-county response. We would be lobbying for that. We were successful when we supported Haliburton County this past year through a paramedic service lens when they had their ice storm. So the assumption or the proposal is that especially when we serve out of county, that we would be able to recoup some of those costs through the province.
Okay, thank you. So, member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Daniel, at the very start of this, you mentioned to meet our capital plan, we needed 3.7 increase. Is that correct? And then from that, we're taking, is it 1.8 million off? Forecasting that down the road is what we're doing. We're putting these payments down the road is what we're doing, correct?
So it would require a rework of our capital thought process, right? To meet the capital plan as it is now in the financing plan, it was supposed to be a $3 million jump every year, $3 million. If this year we only go up by 1.2, either we have to reduce our plan of what we want to work on, like reduce the expense side, or next year we have to jump by 3 million plus 1.8 if you want to keep that plan in motion, right? So there's really only two ways to do that. We can either increase revenue or cut expenses. The answer is probably cut expenses. You know, even this year we couldn't get $3 million higher. I doubt that next year we could, you know, we might get the 3 million, but probably not the 3 million plus 1.8. That's like 7% before you even start operating.
Okay, thank you. The member from Greater Madawaska and then Aaron Prairie again.
Thank you. Supplemental through you, Chair. So my concern is looking for the futures 25 years down the road, not this year, is if we are drastically reducing our capital investment in the capital plan, I feel that we're going to fall behind and our services are going to drop drastically for the community. So I'm concerned that yes, we're trying to get our levy down, but at the same time, I don't want to put it on my kids and my grandkids going off in the future. So my concern is that we're not meeting our capital plan and we're only going halfway in on it. So I just wanted to voice that concern.
And that is an excellent summation, and exactly why they pay you the big dollars to make the big decisions, right? You are the ones between the rock and the hard place of what is affordable and what we would like to do. And we staff are just here to give you the options. But that is really, you know, in consultation with your elected, what can you afford and what level of service can you provide?
Thank you. Town of Armpire, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to Director Perkins, yesterday when we talked about operations, that we're savings money the first part of this year. I can't remember how many thousands we did, but Mayor Donahue mentioned that maybe that savings could bring up the road in another community by a year because it's 2027. If we leave that at 2027, use that money to offset some of our expenses this year, could that bring us down that point that we're looking for? Thank you.
I'm just wondering if we're mingling capital and operating. It felt like that to me, so that's why. Is that correct? Okay. Okay.
Look at you going all finance.
I slipped. I'm just a poor country boy. Guess is right every so often. So right now, the suggestion is that, you know, it's at 66 million, and there was some talk about increasing the hours for the caseworker. Are we talking caseworkers or caseworker? How many hours in a year would a caseworker, you know, I can't remember the allocation for one person. 1,820. So is that what is that what's being suggested?
Through you, Chair, perhaps I could suggest that given the director was uncertain if this would be a contract service or an employee, perhaps we could handle this as just a dollar allocation. So if I suggest that we add an enhancement of $50,000 of available funds, either via bringing back a retiree or an outside consultant, or however that arrangement happens to work out when we get there, adding $50,000 to the admin budget of Ontario Works would generate, after the provincial funding and City of Pembroke share, would cost us $19,530. And perhaps that's what council would like to see added to that budget, and we can start there at $50,000.
Okay, so if I could have just a motion, and we'll carry all these towards the end, and then have a discussion. So. Yes, please. To add $50,000 to the Ontario Works budget for part-time. And Dan, you're second. Armpire second, okay? And sorry, Laurentian Hills. Okay, so can we have some discussion on that? McNabb, Braeside, please.
The caseworker that we're talking about, that is not the caseworker, the one additional caseworker for Renfrew County Housing Corps. That's a different caseworker? Okay, I'll wait for that one. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sorry, and the chair, please.
So just to clarify, the caseworker for Renfrew County Housing Corporation is not 50% funded by the county. So there is a difference there. Yep.
Okay. So so what I'll ask for is just approval to bring this forward as part of the process, and then at the end of the day, you know, we'll have another conversation as we get closer to finalizing that magic number of 66 million plus. I'm sorry? You've now amended that motion. I've now amended the motion by doing it this way? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, member from Amherst and Bromley. I was trying to make one big amendment at the end of the day, at the end of this process, but
I would love that, but so I guess I should do this for the public. I think we'd love that, but that's not really how it would work, because you have a motion on the floor to accept the $66 million motion. Now you're introducing a new motion, so that's the motion that has to be dealt with. But then you'll just add a series of amendments to the amendments, right?
Okay.
Or you could vote on this one, then the $66 million one, including this one, would be added to. There's going to be a process that's going to be fun.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, I was trying to avoid waterfalling, but
I don't know how else you would do it.
Okay.
Warden, Chair, even I'm doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
It'll take some time. I don't think the way you're doing it is a bad way, though. Like, if you want to take these on a case by case, as long as we have a running tally, if perhaps Daniel's got his handy dandy spreadsheet that I know he's got.
Yeah.
And we could just add and subtract as we go.
Okay. So what we'll do then is we'll vote on this, and then we'll go back and ask members of council and try and get some consensus on what other, if any other ones we want to add or what we want to take out. Then that final number we can forward to a new amended motion. Okay. My apologies. So, member from Whitewater first, then Deep River.
Was I not on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Member from Amherst Bromley, Whitewater, Deep River.
Thank you. So I wanted to, I have a question, but I want to address this first. If I'm thinking back to the discussion that we had about council remuneration, I think going by motions is going to be problematic. I am looking at the clerk in the back vigorously nodding her head, who spent a full day, I think, trying to arrive at minutes, because we're going to pass motions, then they're going to be conflicted with other motions, and we're going to have to rescind motions, we're going to have to reconsider motions. I would highly, highly urge that we do this by a consensus until such time, and keep careful notes, until such time we can actually do recordable business. Else this is going to be a quagmire that we get into. That would be my recommendation. But I'll ask my question that I have the floor. The discussion before us is with regards to actually accepting one of the enhancements. Is that correct?
Yes, right now, because I was hoping in my confusion that we would be able to, as you say, just go along, and then at the end of the day it would be amended, the original motion. But what I understand from people more knowledgeable than myself, we have to talk about this, get it approved or not, and then go back to a somewhat structured, casual conversation.
What you could do is just defer the original motion for the time being until you have the other discussions, and then get consensus, and then go back to that original motion after you have an idea of what you want to do. Because then that at least pushes that original motion aside, puts it aside while you deal with all the other conversations that you want to have.
Okay, so with that, could I get a...
Well, you could defer both motions if you really want, because now you have one motion and then a subservient motion behind that one. Or with... Yeah, I can't tell people to withdraw that one, but
okay,
defer, withdraw, either way.
So with that, could I have a motion to defer the original $66 million one? Member from Amherst Bromley, second by Whitewater. Discussion. All those in favor? And if I could have a motion to defer or withdraw the caseworker $50,000 one. So defer, okay, Whitewater, second by McNabb Braeside. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you. Now, yes. Now, Amherst Bromley, what we'll start
with... Kind of a point of order, though, if I could have clarity. So are we meeting as council, or are we meeting as a committee of the whole of council? No, there is...
This is a council meeting.
Council can devolve into committee of the whole of itself as well. That is not part of what used to be the standing committees. The very fact that the chair of corporate services is certainly not consistent with our procedural. So I wanted clarity. I'm fine if we are meeting as council. There is just a much more rigorous requirement of how we do business. That is all.
It's actually Budget Committee. No, but that's,
Which has no terms of reference. Okay. Member from Deep River, please.
Thank you. Just on that note, my previous comment was going to be to have the mover and seconder retract the previous one, which is done. Can we not go through the process, compile the list, and then whatever we decide this body is currently, have that recommendation put forward, have the warden sit up in her chair and have the resolution put forward and council passes it?
That's kind of the process we've gone through in the past with budget day, and then the next county council meeting, it's just brought forward in the minutes because it was passed by all of council. So I was kind of thinking we were going that direction. So, we'll have to sort out in a couple of minutes how we're going to proceed with this, but member from Whitewater?
No, my comments are not about this procedure, so if you want to sort out the procedure first, then I can comment.
Okay, thank you. Could we just take 5 minutes? We'll come back at 2:15 because I want to make sure that we do it right. Thank you, and apologies to the chambers and to our viewers. We take our role seriously, and at the same time, we recognize that we do have to explain what we're doing first, and then secondly, also model proper procedure, because I'm sure everybody has decision points in their municipal chambers where a bunch of options can be offered. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like to proceed with is try to gain consensus on the enhancements. So I'm going to ask about adding it. If you're in agreement, then Mr. Burke will add it, but it'll be by consensus. If it doesn't look like we have consensus, then we'll have to take have an actual motion and a vote on it. And yes, member from Amherst Bromley.
So perhaps an opportunity to short circuit that conversation. I have no certainty on how this might work. But one of the things that I have been looking at on this, so it's 1.55%, whatever the 900 and some thousands of dollars are. Ultimately, if we add that, it takes us up. Even on what I'm proposing, can then take us back down. I'm starting with the supposition that the less growth of 6.68, I think, that I could live with that. I'm not happy with that, but I could live with that. So ultimately, where I am with pulling all of those back in is I think we could cover a lot of that ground if we extend the time span to restore full levy contribution to long-term care. And what I mean by that is instead of going from zero to millions, that in fact, we make a larger draw on reserves in 2026, that we still, I'm in no way advocating zero would be appropriate again for the manor. But what I would suggest is if in fact we halved the municipal subsidy and instead took that from the top of the revenue page to the bottom, to the draw on reserves for operating. So in fact, what I am suggesting is that rather than 1,483,704 as a levy contribution towards the manor, that be half of that, 7.4, let's call it $7.2 million as a round figure. And that would get us a long way towards the 900,000. It is drawing down the reserves further. It is fully funding the budget, even less the enhancement from Mr. Quaid's department, which is the 4 hours of care, the enhanced level of care. But I think if we stretched out, if you will, the amortization of restoring that fully to levy beyond the time frame that was probably proposed for this, that could buy us a lot of the enhancements.
Oh, okay, so what I'll do then is, if that's the motion you're making, then we'll find a seconder and
so there may not be any appetite for this. I think, and I understand the predicament, Mr. Chair, but I'm still kind of a mind that consensus might be a better thing.
Okay.
Because if there's no real will for that, then we're not having to defeat motions.
Yeah, is that something you can do?
Through you, Chair. So as I understand it, the general premise is that you would like to see us do all of the enhancements, $900,000, and pull the funding from the long-term care reserves. And there's a mechanism through reducing your municipal contributions to do that. But essentially, pull this enhancement from reserves, specifically long-term care reserves. Which we can work through the process and get the numbers right. Don't dispute that that's possible, or even perhaps a good idea. I would add just my generic comment, because I happen to have my microphone on. That holiday is what it says. It's a holiday, right? At some point, we will have to pay for long-term care. And the longer or the less you pay this year, the more that increase you're going to feel next year, which is not a problem if that's what you would like to see. I just caution that between now and next year's budget is an election, and you are pushing that onto a future council. And that's my only comment on it, is that will make an incoming council under an operating pressure to start with. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I'll do the supplementary with you, then Whitewater, and then the warden.
Thank you. I want to respond. It is a theoretical pressure. When I first took my room, right where the warden is now, right where Councillor Nicholson is sitting, in 2015, Mr. Kutschke identified a $13 million gap that disappeared 1 year later. We're talking about a theoretical pressure that is here. And I am, there needs to be some category that is between pessimist and optimist where perhaps Mr. Burke and I can meet. But ultimately, I think that this is doable. And I am, as always, much more optimistic about how the year end is going to be than Mr. Burke is suggesting. And I anticipate that the draw on reserves will be much narrower by the time we get to April than we are suggesting today.
Okay, thank you. Whitewater, please.
Good. Thanks, Chair. I'll offer some comments that may build on what Councillor Donoghue has said. And we heard it in the speeches this morning from the warden, from yourself, from the CAO about affordability. And that's really the lens by which I'm looking at this budget proposal. I am very gracious that staff came back and found a way to stay at 6.68. Like the warden, I wish it was a lot lower, but it can't be. And for the same reasons that the treasurer just said, anything, if we don't invest in certain things now, we are making an impact in the lives of folks today, but we're also pushing the problems down the road. We already talked about it. We've got 7,000 lots in various states of approval, but no plan to be able to support them with infrastructure. We have unhoused people. We have Ontario Works wait lists and unable to keep up with the demand. So it has to be a balance, but I think we got to continue to look at it from a view of affordability. The budget clearly indicates that we need 3% for operating. We need 3.7 for capital. And we're also setting aside money for growth. And I ask you, knowing those three pots are there, can we afford them? Or are we just setting ourselves up to keep pushing things down the road continually? When I look at this, I'm, like Councillor Donoghue, prepared to support 6.68. I'm not prepared to go beyond that, even though I truly believe in almost all, if not all, of the enhancements. So to me, the challenge we have in front of us is if those enhancements are clearly what we believe we need to invest in our community, we have to find a way to fund them. That may be one way. Maybe the idea we had for a growth fund isn't something that we can afford. Maybe we can't afford this growth fund, and our growth needs to be invested back into these needs that the community currently has, and fund a portion or some of the enhancements with some other fundings. But I would caution, Chair, I don't want to go through the list individually and approve which one top to bottom, because I don't even know if they're listed in order of precedence of which one's the most important. And we'll find funding for the first ones, and then the last ones we talk about won't get funding. I would rather go back and say, if someone wants to propose an enhancement, you tell me where you're getting the money from, because I don't believe we should be increasing the levy to 6.68, beyond 6.68. So that's what I put on the floor, if that approach is something we could agree to by consensus.
Okay, so good point. So by consensus, we don't want to go above 6.68. Second consensus is, and I'm just going by head nodding, second consensus is if we're there, then what we're looking for today, right now, is proposals to add the enhancements if we can, in a manner that's not
crippling or detrimental to the corporation. So the warden, I heard you were in line next.
Thank you, Chair. I had very similar comments with regards to the levy as it is. We sent staff off. Staff did exactly what we asked them to do. My challenge with not all, but some of the enhancements, the majority of them, is these aren't one-off costs. These are staff. Those costs are cumulative throughout the years, unless people leave by attrition, et cetera. So I caution that. Even if we found somewhere to fund some of these enhancements, what does that do for the 27, 28, 29 budget? Like, when we talk about kicking it down the road, well, are we creating more challenges for future councils by up-servicing? I'm not suggesting in any way we cut services, and that's why I am prepared to support the 6.68, but at the same time, are we in a fiscal time that we can up service? And I think the word affordability, we've tossed around a lot, and nothing is affordable right now, and I just don't see my way through these enhancements unless there's a cut somewhere that we can all live with, and I'm not sure the long-term care holiday is the way to get it. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies, and I believe the member from Greater Madawaska was next.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. And I'm going to throw a little monkey wrench into this, in that as my partner here beside me, the warden, is cringing. I'm actually of the mind that I don't want to push things down the road. I don't want to put it on our future generations, and I like we're 3.7 is to meet our capital plan. We're 1.87. If we even took that to 2 million instead of the 1.87, just to kind of close a gap of pushing stuff down the road, what would that mean to a household? Maybe, I don't even know whether in dollar amount what it would mean, but I don't want us to push using all our reserves. And as Councillor Donahue says, that each year theoretically it's put before the budget, but also theoretically we might have a bad year too. There's various theories, right? So my concern is future generations and us pushing this down the road on future generations. So yes, the 6.88 is good, but my constituents may not be happy with this, but I'd be prepared to even go higher so that we don't push stuff down the road. So I just wanted to voice that opinion.
Okay, member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Without repeating a lot of what's been said, and I hate to use the word comfort or comfortable, because it's never comfortable to sit here and raise the levy here at the county or in our home municipalities. There's never a comfort level in doing that, but we're sitting around these tables and we have to make uncomfortable decisions here at the county and at our home municipalities. And I agree with a lot of what's said about shoving things down onto the future residents of the county. But we're all faced, not only here at Renfrew County, but in our home municipalities, with decreases in provincial funding, decreases in federal funding, and we still have to deliver the services. We still have to deliver the infrastructure and the capital with decreases in funding, and it's not fair to throw all of that back onto the taxpayer. So when I say I'm comfortable with a 6.68 increase, I'm not really comfortable, but I feel it's something that has to be done. I do agree with what's been said about the enhancements, that they will go a long way in increasing the value of the services we provide to all the residents here. But the difficult question is how do we fund it? Some interesting proposals have been put forth with the long-term care holiday. The councillor from Whitewater mentioned perhaps taking some funds from the growth reserve fund that we have going. And I know that growth reserve fund is reserved for the communities that are growing and for the capital projects that may result from that growth. So as uncomfortable it is for me to say that that's something maybe we can access, I think as long as we look at the vision for this county, especially in terms of growth, we know that there's a sign coming up soon. Coming soon in 2028, the 4-laning of the 417. When that does come to fruition, it will increase growth in this county even further. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that growth fund, reserve fund, were it to continue, it will grow and grow and grow and provide a nest egg for growth-related projects. However, if that's what we need to do right now in the short term to fund some of these enhancements, I'm not opposed to looking at that as an option.
Okay, thank you. So what I would propose to you is that if we want to stay at 6.68, and if we want to include the enhancements, then we should consider taking the $953,000 out of reserves, and then it's funded, and we move forward, and we've added to the or kept up with service demands, because I don't think we're really adding anything, and there's not too many exploratory positions here. They're all generally just keeping up with the demands that are coming across all of our divisions on a regular basis. So if the will is that we move forward at 6.68 and that we want to add the enhancements, then I would suggest to you we're going to have to take it out just out of the general reserves to move forward. Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
That certainly is much cleaner than the combined proposal that Councillor Nicholson and I put on the floor. Ultimately, it is drawing it out of reserves by whatever means it is being done. But I just, because I'm sure there's not many in the room, so those of you that would have had two computers open at the time would, I'm sure, have access to this information. When we adopted our 2025 budget, we were pretty sure we were going to end 2025 with aggregate capital reserves of $11 million. You'll note on the reserves page of this budget that it's now forecast, with the various adjustments that were done over the course of 2025, that we're going to end 2025 now with $27.5 million in capital reserves. That's 144% of what we had budgeted. I see from the quizzical look, Mr. Kelly, I have open in front of me the reserves page wherein Mr. Burke has the estimated balance at 31 December 2025, and if I scroll to the bottom, it shows $27,576,972. And if I pull out this same page from last year, you will see that it read, this would have been the most right-hand column of where we're going to finish 2025 in last year's budget. It was $11,321,923. So we are not, and I want to be very clear, we are still in a fiscal challenge. But what I am saying, and I guess I've been saying it now for damn near 10 years, is that we are finishing the year in better shape than we thought we were in every single year. And I'm certainly sensitive to what Councillor Weir has said. So I know in actuality, we have had a surplus every year. In theory, we would have a deficit, but I think that one doesn't find those in the wild. So ultimately, I'm just putting on the table that there is no question that we would, in order to draw in all of those enhancements, would necessitate a draw on reserves of 900 and whatever that figure is Mr. Burke has. But I think that we can manage it, and I think that we are going to find it has not constrained us as much as we are thinking it is going to constrain us here today.
Okay, thank you. So with that, giving people having the opportunity to ponder, what I'd suggested was that we proceed with the original motion, understanding that we will be adding in the $937,000 or whatever. Sorry, I'm 953, with that coming from reserves. So what I'd like to do is bring that motion back, and if there's an appetite to amend it to add 953,000, then so I'd like to bring the original motion back of 60. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I need a mover and seconder. Could I have a mover and seconder to bring? Sorry,
Chair, could I interrupt before you put something on the floor and we can't, then we have to talk about that?
Right.
I just want to make sure that from a council perspective, the list, and I don't know how many's on this list of enhancements for the $953,000, but I just want to make sure that we as a council are in support of all of them. Because now is the opportunity to discuss it before we put the motion on the floor, and you're less comfortable with one. And I know the dollar figures may not represent huge amounts of money, but if there's a principled effect, I'd say right now is when you want to say, hey, let's talk about pulling this one off or not doing this one this year. So that's what I would encourage at this point, Chair, before we put a motion on.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps, Chair, if I could just interject, if it would be of help, as Councillor Nicholson pointed out, these are not in order of priority. And if you give staff a couple minutes, we can put them in that order if you would like, to give you a relative thing to look at. So maybe you only want the top 5 or so. And we, I think as a staff, it would be helpful to put them in context of order as opposed to the order they appeared in the PowerPoint.
Is that going to be Hunger Games for the senior leadership team?
Thank you. And member from Horton, please.
If I may, within that order through you, Chair, a request that within the information that would come back to council is some awareness if some of these positions could be sought through other means, contract term or what have you, and so much that I'm mindful of the operational cost for future years. Appreciate it.
I'm not going to do that in 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Daniel. I'm not really prepared at this point to do this in 5 minutes. These are well thought out enhancements, and they took a lot of time to get to, and this will involve a lot of discussion between myself and my peers to come to an agreement on what essentially could be cut, and it will become a Hunger Games of funding. And so even to prioritize them, I think, is inappropriate at the time, sorry. Because I think for each one of them, myself included, that's probably their number 1 or number 2 priorities for their 2026 budget. So I'm happy to bring it back in another day or an hour or something like that, but I mean, this is not something we decide in 13 seconds in the back room.
Okay, so what
if you allow us 15 minutes or so or less, then we can have a discussion and see where we get.
Okay, what I can, I was going to suggest that or leave and come back tomorrow, but what I'll suggest is we'll meet again, we'll resume it, I'll say, yeah, say 3:10 just to make sure.
Sure, okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience, everyone, as we've worked through this process. I know it's never pretty, but I think everybody ends up feeling, they've been heard, and that we've got to a spot that you're comfortable as an ambassador explaining it, because we do have to explain, as do staff, and so that comfort level has to be that you've given your input. We have a budget that meets all the needs that we talked about throughout the process, and we've tried to address affordability. We're doing other things about affordability extraneous to this place, and so Mr. Burke has a solution about the add-ons. So the idea would be, after he's made that presentation, then we would move forward with the motion. I'd ask for the motion to be brought back from the table, and we will then discuss anything Mr. Burke leaves us. So, Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council, for your indulgence. Just a bit of time for us to organize our thoughts on the matter. So again, working through those enhancements, I think staff, we are comfortable with all the long-term care enhancements. However, rather than pulling them from the general reserve, we want those to be withdrawn from the long-term care reserve. So that's all that's saying. We would pay for the additional part-time unit clerk, assistant supervisor, and the part-time unit clerk in ML, as well as the extra PSW line, to come from long-term care reserve. In terms of paramedic service, the fleet maintenance technician, yes, we can live without the conversion of summer students to laborers. That's something we can go without. And we will go for 1,000 hours of paramedic training time as opposed to the 2,000, and use some internal resources. The supplies from the Delta team we actually felt would be a better fit under our emergency management existing budget. So we have a budget for emergency management to run those drills and other things that we run. And we feel that we can use that budget for the Delta team supplies that we need for the one-time basis. Again, similar to long-term care, though, we want these amounts to come from the paramedic reserve. That's a cost-shared program, and we want to reflect that. We don't want that coming out of the general fund reserve. Moving along then through the other items, we were comfortable with the software in Ontario Works. We went back to the original discussion about contract services amounts instead of hiring or upstaffing caseworkers, and whether that looks like a part-time employee or a contract or a purchase, however that falls out. So $50,000 for Ontario Works and $50,000 for RCHC. Those, of course, have funding formulas in our cost share, so significantly less of a property tax increase. We were comfortable with the RCHC, the Yardi software replacement. As opposed to funding that out of the property tax levy, we would pull that from the strategic priorities reserve. That would be the type of thing that would be for, is an enhancement that will save money and time in the future. So that we will do, but we will not charge the property tax levy. Instead, we will charge the contribution to the strategic priorities reserve, which we then will have for future projects, the software and others. As well, we were comfortable with the paramedic upstaffing. So from there, that $950,000 is reduced to about $600,000 or $700,000, and it's being pulled from 3 different reserves or reductions in contributions to those reserves. And we come back then as a levy target to the original amount as specified, 6.68%. So almost all of the enhancements moving forward coming from a various collection of other reserves.
Okay, thank you. Warden.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how you guys did that in less than 10 minutes, but great work. I think you found some amazing solutions, and I like the fact that you took into consideration, when there's a 50-50 split, it should come from its own reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, could I have a motion to move the deferred motion off the table? The deferred motion being
for the 66 million. So the mover is Town of Petawawa, seconded by Town of Armpire. And just for accuracy's sake, could I ask the clerk to read that motion for us, please?
That the following bylaw be enacted and passed a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2026 for general capital and all purposes of the County of Renfrew in the amount of 66 million. Was there, so, I can't see, sorry. 66,282,319.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Member from Hamilton Bromley, please.
Does any of this?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my apologies. This is put on the table. I'm sorry. This put. Sorry, I was racing ahead. Sorry. So this is the motion just to bring the deferred motion to the table.
Okay.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Thank you. Now the motion is back on the table with the original mover and seconder.
No.
No?
No, it's we own that, therefore the council owns that.
Okay,
motion,
so
so it can be.
Yeah, so but it's brought back on.
Yes, with the mover.
Okay, thank you. Now, the original motion. Okay, member from Hamilton Bromley.
So I'm fine with that, but and the motion, ultimately, we needed to get to the final point, but do we need to incorporate any of this? Well, it's gone now. That Excel spreadsheet of where we were arriving at that, does that need to be part of a resolution? Is that going to be reflected in the minutes of the meeting so that when we are done, there is a record of precisely the spreadsheet that Mr. Burke presented?
So I would feel more comfortable if there was an amendment that said similar to this, is that the motion right through the 60s till the end of the existing motion, with the addition further that incorporating all amendments as presented.
That would, I would certainly be satisfied with that as well. But I'm just wondering as well if in fact there was a way, and I would defer to Mr. Kelly, probably, I'm going to call you the parliamentarian, could the minutes essentially contain the chart then that Mr. Burke presented, so that there is a concise record of the changes that we have made? So I would be quite satisfied with a blanket,
okay,
as the chair is suggesting, but I would really like to see that charting made available for the public record.
And just very quickly, I've looked around, and 3 people that have the knowledge of adding charts to things have said yes, they can do it.
She's the pro.
She's the pro, yes. So with that, if you could read the amendment, and could I have a mover and seconder for the amendment?
Incorporating the changes as identified. Incorporating the amendments as identified. Or as presented, sorry, as presented.
We'll have the clerk read the amendment, and then I'll ask for a mover and seconder.
That the following bylaw be enacted and passed, a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2026 for general capital and all purposes of the County of Renfrew in the amount of $66,282,319, incorporating the amendments as presented.
So in essence, we were just asking for to add the amended piece, and then we'll do the whole motion. Yes, so we're just asking for So we're just asking, if you could just read that last sentence again, please. That's the amendment we're going to add?
Yep.
Yeah.
That the bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2026 general capital and all purposes in County of Renfrew be amended.
Just that little sentence that to incorporate the. No? Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't have it in writing. I didn't write it down. Did you write it down?
Yeah.
So that we will be incorporating the amendments as presented.
Okay, so can I get a mover, please? Moved by Laurentia Valley, second by the warden. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? You're opposed? Okay, one. Thank you very much. And with that, the amended motion, please. And yes.
That the following bylaw be enacted and passed, a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2026 for general capital and all purposes of the County of Renfrew in the amount of $66,282,319, incorporating the amendments as presented.
Can I have a mover, please? North Dakota Wilberforce, second by Town of Arnprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? One? Okay, thank you. Yeah, let it expire, it'll sunset. Okay, thank you. Warden, I'll just give a couple brief remarks, and then you're headed up here to take over. Thank you. So I want to thank everybody today. I want to thank council for their due diligence. Budgeting is increasingly complex, as the member from Petawawa noted, the three pots and the conflicting needs that we have, where we are working constantly to improve service to our community, and the demand is increasing, and it's increasing more often than not in what used to be the soft services. The hard services were always roads and buildings. I would suggest to you now that it's turned, that the delivery of services to our community and people in need are now the hard services, because they're so difficult to predict and then to stimulate the government to invest properly. At the same time, we had to, as we mentioned earlier, be aware of affordability. Affordability cuts a number of ways. Affordability to the people who pay our way, so to speak. They contribute through the levy, but also the affordability of not doing something. What does that do down the road? We talked a lot about kicking things down the road and the appropriateness of it. And then just the affordability of running a large corporation with as many efficiencies being sought and found as we can. So thank you very much for taking all that into consideration and coming to the conclusion that we have today. And I'd also a special shout out to Mr. Kelly and his whole team, who worked very hard on the budget, invested very heavily in it to get it to this point, and then to be able to walk
off for a while and move some things around to make it fit once they are aware of council reaffirming their priorities for the community. And again, a special thank you to Mr. Burke and his department. He has a really dedicated team that worked very hard on the budget coming forward, but then he's able to present it flawlessly, as well as take into account some of our comments that don't always string together with the comment that was preceding. So we certainly appreciate his light-footedness and ability to educate at the same time. I'd like to thank my deputy chair, vice chair. He was very quick to point things out and to offer some advice when it was needed. So thank you very much. So, Warden, I'd like to turn the meeting back over to you.
Well, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, and to all of County Council. But I'm pretty darn impressed that former Warden Emo immediately called out about operating in capital. He's come a long way for a guy who always says that he knows nothing about finance. He actually does. So great job, Peter, and thank you, Dave, as well. That was really well done. And I can't say more than the chair said. To all of our staff, Daniel, you were a rock star today, and for you guys again to go back and with the enhancements, I think you found us a really good solution in the end, and you did your jobs as always in an amazing, incredible way. So, so where am I? Here I am. I'm at notices of motion. No. We just did that. No? Okay. Okay. So I have a recommendation that no. I'm good. Notice of motion. I was right. Ha ha. I never am. Craig's always right. Are there any notices of motion? I see none. We have no members' written motion. Is there any new business? I see none. So I have a recommendation that bylaw 1026, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on January 29th, 2026, now be numbered, deemed, read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. All in favor? And I have a recommendation that County Council adjourn at 3:28 p.m. Moved by the member from Aviston Bromley, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? Excellent. Great work today. I knew